this computer. So we're going to start off with doing some the math problems of chapter 16 here. Okay, so we'll start off with the math of chapter 16, and we're going to start off with the T formula. And we're going to do it with commission, T formula commissions. So here's the T formula. We call it the T formula for a reason, because it looks like a T. And the small number goes up top. Large number goes on one side. And the percentage or rate on the other, right? And you TGIF, remember that. TGIF, top number goes in the calculator first. Divide down and multiply across in order to solve the problem. So let's give you a problem. I'm going to make one up. Let me type it up here. And let's just say if a property sells for $325,000. And the total commission is, let's see, I'm trying to make this up on the fly. And the total commission is $17,875. How much or what was the commission rate charged to the seller when listing the property? Everybody see that?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
now this is real easy to figure out. Just plug in the numbers on the T formula. Okay, see what I did with my pen? Ah, it disappeared on. So remember, T formula. Are there any numbers that we could plug in here now?
Yes.
Which numbers and where do I plug them?
The small number and the large number. Small number going top, which is a 17,875.
17,875. And this
And the
one
large
goes
number.
on one of the sides on the bottom, right?
The left side, yes.
All right. So now what do we do?
Divide 325,000 divided by 17,875.
Which number goes in the calculator first?
325,000.
TGIF, what does that stand for?
Number on the top goes first.
Top
Oh,
number
shit.
goes in first. So 17,875 divided by 325. And what do you get?
0.51.
All right, so if you were to plug this into the calculator, it'll be
I did the wrong number. I'm sorry.
sure.
0.05.
It'll be 0.05, continue,
5.
5. So remember how to make this into a percentage? If this was a percentage, you'd go 2 numbers to the left, or 2 decimal points to the left. Now you want to make it back to a percentage, so you're going to go 2 decimal points to the right. So it's actually 5.5%.
Okay.
So the answer here is 5.5% is the commission rate charged. That's the answer. See, the T formula makes it a lot easier to figure out. Because listen, this is just a question. This is all you're going to get on exams. I'm giving you the T formula. T formula is a tool I'm teaching you. It makes it real easy. You're allowed to use calculators, so it's not hard. You just need to know what numbers to plug in where, and it makes it super easy. You just got to remember what numbers you plug in where. And TGIF, top number goes in first. Because if you put 325,000 divided by 17,875, you get some other number that's not right.
Yeah.
Okay. Here, let's actually, you know what? That wasn't a commission. Ah, yeah, it was. Okay. And you could check your math too to make sure that this is right. How do we check this math? Just remember this was it 0.055, right? Okay, so let's check the math. Let's say that this question could be worded a different way. The question could be worded if the property is 325,000 and the total commission charge was 5.5%, how much commission should you be collecting? What's the dollar amount you should be collecting? 325 times 5.5, you should get 17,875, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it works the other way. If you say, here, let me put this in another way. If the total commission collected was 17,875, and the property sold for, well, that's the first thing that we did, right? Yeah.
That's the first one. Yeah.
Yeah, 17,875. And we charged the seller 5.5% to list the property, or listing fee. How much did the property sell for? See, if you see the question just listed like this, it's the same exact question, guys, that you could figure it out. I'm moving it off to the side a little bit.
You just still figure it out by dividing, because they gave you the smaller number and they gave you the answer as well. So you divide the smaller number and the answer together, and that gives you the answer that you need on the left side, which is the large number.
Yeah. So the 17 and the 5.5% goes here, right? So then you put this number in first, right? Because don't forget, TGIF, top number goes in first. 17,875 divided by 5.5%, and you should get 325. Does that work out? If you guys plug it in, did you try it? See if it works out?
Off the top of my head, yeah.
Yeah, it works out.
Well, bust out with your cell phone, because your cell phone's got a calculator in it. Don't do it off the top of your head. We're going to be doing more math. We're going to be doing math today, a bit of math.
I like math. It's my favorite subject.
Then get that calculator out. All right. So there we go. So there's two. This is actually the same math problem. It uses the same figures. Now it's easy to teach it to you using this using the commissions, right? So the T formula for the calculating commissions. Let me write that up here.
Also, inside the word formula, there's keywords to help you know like where it goes. Also, because you have how much the property sell for. That's the missing answer. And then you have like, we charge the seller. Those are keywords.
Okay, well, hold on one second, because I can make this very wordy and throw in a bunch of nonsense numbers that you don't need too. You know, I could start throwing in there, you know, how many units there are and what they're renting for, what the taxes are on the property, what the, you know, I can start throwing in a lot of nonsense numbers, what the mortgage payment is, and then what do? You know, you still got to pay attention to the question, but you got to know what numbers to plug in, you know, because if I just throw a bunch of numbers out there and you're just, you know, trying to grab at the numbers, you know, you gotta know which numbers to grab, right? But this T formula does make it a lot easier to know which one you're putting in the calculator first and the total numbers you got to put in here, right? So let's see. So
Something in the state exam.
I mean, this one is to calculate. This one isn't really to calculate commission. It's more to calculate what the listing fee is. No, it was calculating commission. What's another way I could ask these problems? The commissions. All right, then I guess we got to graduate onto cap rates, because this is real easy when it comes to the commissions, the calculating the commissions over here. But that's good. We got to start off easy to figure out how to use the T formula. Now we could go over here and figure out calculating cap rates. Is there a way I could search in here for all my? No search function in this. Okay. So let's put together something from scratch here with, oh wait, no. I did have cap rates. I did have one together. Never mind. So that's basic function of T formula. T formula for commissions. Math appreciation. Okay. Appreciation 2. Appreciation cap rates and GRM. Okay, let's do this one first. Then we'll go to this one. That's GRM. I want to do cap rates first. But there is no cap rate problem in here, so we have to make them up. Okay, so let's just say in a problem here for calculating the cap rate. The cap, what the hell's going on? Okay, cap rates. So if a property sells for or the property asking price is $450,000. It's a 4-unit building. Has two bedrooms. Renting at $1,200 a month each. And it has 2 3-bedrooms. Renting at $1,500 a month each. Let's see, taxes on the property are, let's say they're at $14,000 a year. Now, if I don't put down a year, if I don't write year after this, okay, then you know that it's yearly. It's an annual expense, okay? I'm gonna write down monthly, quarterly, etc. Okay, so these are $14,000 a year. The insurance, let's put that at $2,800. That's a year. Let's say the waste disposal, waste dumpster. Let's put that at $150 a month. Let's say that the common area electric is at, I don't know, let's say 75. Let's say that the gas for whatever common area stuff, heat or something, I don't know. Let's put that at $90. Probably should be the other way around. I don't know. Here, let me change it. Let me put that at 95. There you go. Keep them around the same. Let's say that the sewer water bill. This is for common area stuff. Let's put it at $300 a quarter. That's what the Q is, okay? Q is for quarter, all right? Landscaping. What's a landscaper charging us per week?
$50.
$50 a week.
25.
25.
Oh, 25.
25, really? That cheap?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Really?
I say 50.
Not on commercial, but yeah.
No, I pay 25 a week.
Really?
Yep.
What am I cutting the grass for? I gotta find out who your landscaper is. Shit. Pay more than that in repairs on my own lawnmower. All right. Let's put this at $150 a month. Okay.
December 24th.
And we got ourselves a professional crew in there. Okay. Let's say we have let's say what other property expenses can we think of other than miscellaneous repairs?
Snow removal.
Okay, well, we'll keep that in with landscaping. 150
Okay.
bucks a month. Even though snow removal will be a lot more, you're right. Yeah, you
I
know,
say pool guy.
here, let's add that in there. Snow removal.
Yeah. I say pool person.
What's snow removal gonna charge us? Shit, they charge us per snowfall, don't they?
Yep.
Oh, huh.
75.
So what are we gonna
Yeah.
say? What are we gonna say per season, per year?
Say like 3 snowfalls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's just put it at 300 a year.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm doing the gutters and all that crap, or is that sewer landscaping?
No, regular reoccurring
Oh,
things. Let's
I
pretend you
know,
got pretend you
how
got gutter helmet.
about the pesticides and stuff, the guy who comes and sprays.
Pest control.
Hmm.
And the
So
security.
landscaping?
All right, you know what? Let's just leave it at this, and let's put down.
Can you do for pool charge? Like, say if you got an in-ground pool.
Oh, we got a 4-unit building here. I doubt we're gonna have an in-ground. I doubt we're gonna have a pool that we're renting out for a 4-unit building. No, I guess it's possible, but probably not common. Let's say miscellaneous repairs. I did this before and I had a whole boatload list of things. I just can't remember. All right. Miscellaneous repairs. Let's just put that at, I don't know, 1,700 a year. And, here, let's put a mortgage of, mortgage payment of 2,900 a month. All right, check this out. We're going to go back to the slideshow for a second. For cap rates, did I put anything in there that you don't need in that math problem?
The mortgage.
Yep. It says, don't use financing charges as an expense. So you don't need the mortgage to figure out a cap rate. The reason why you don't need a mortgage is because that's going to be different from one person to the next.
So baby.
Now, if you're the owner and you want to figure out what your particular cap rate will be, well, that cap rate will only be good for you. That'll be what your actual return is. But if you want to put in the general cap rate, you usually do not calculate the financing, the mortgage financing into it, because from one buyer to the next, the mortgage amount, the price they would have paid would have been different. So you do not calculate the mortgage in with the financing there when calculating the cap rate. So what are the steps here? Well, the first step is we're going to need a T formula, but we're going to have to put in the annual NOI up there. Now, how do you calculate NOI? You take the gross income and you subtract, oh, here we go. Subtract the total expenses from the annual GOI. So you take the gross income, you take the month, if they only gave you the monthly income, well, you times it by 12 to get the annual GOI. You got to make everything annual. So we're going to figure out what the annual income is and then subtract the annual expenses. So in this problem, we have monthly, annual. So what are we going to do here? It's easy. It's just to take all these expenses and make them annual first. Once you make everything annual, then we could add up our expenses. Well, let's do another thing here. Oh, another thing you could also add. So basically this one, the mortgage, we don't need to know, right? There we go. But what if I said that there's 1 unit vacant, 3 months? You know what? We could actually calculate that as an expense for taxes, but not when we're calculating the GRM. I'm sorry, the cap rates. The reason being is, what is value for an investment property? What is value? It's the future rights to income on the property. So even though the unit is vacant, we could figure out what our actual cap rate was for that year, our actual return. We're going to assume that they're always, when we're trying to determine the value of the property, we're going to base it off of the actual return or the rights to the return there. So let's just do some basic math here now. Let me pull up my calculator. And let's see, if we got 150 a month times 12, that's 1,800 a month, right? So let's just turn these things into annual figures here. 95 times 12, that's 1,140 a month. The gas is 90 times 12, that's 1,080 a month. We got the sewer water charge, it's 1,200, not a month, a year. I'm working out here. We got 150 a month, that's 1,800. Let me figure that, 1,800. That's already 300 a year. That's a yearly charge as well. So now we just add up all of our yearly charges here. And we get, let's see, the 14,000 times 2,800. Oh, not times. 14,000 plus 2,800 plus 1,800 plus 1,140 plus 1,080 plus 1,200 plus the 1,800 plus 300 plus 1,500. And what did everybody get there for that? For the GOE?
$25,819.80.
So you had, for the expenses, you had 25,820.
Yeah, if you rounding, yeah.
All right. Now, what about the income?
64,800. 64,800.
Well, let's take a look. We see this is 1,200 a month each, right? So times 2, that's 2,400, right? And then over here times 2 units,
It's 3,000.
and that's 3,000. Add that up, and that gives us 5,400 a month, right?
Times 12, right, for the year?
Times 12 months, correct. So 5,400 times 12 months, that's 64,800. Okay, so 64,800. $64,800 minus the GOE of 25,820,
Oh, this is gonna be a-
38,980. Does everybody get that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Now what do we do with it?
Put it on the. I don't know. Put it to the left in the large number.
Okay, so we gotta first of all make our T formula up. Come on. So we're gonna make our T formula, and we're gonna put what numbers do we put where? What numbers do we plug into this T formula?
Small number on the top.
Which number would that be?
25,820.
Annual net income to 38,980.
Oh, you got, yeah.
And the value of the property, 450,000 over here. So what's the cap rate? $38,980 divided by 450,000.
8.6?
That's an 8.6 cap rate, right?
Yeah.
There you go. So if that investor walked into your office asking for an investment property with an 8% cap, this property would be for him, right?
Yep.
What's going on here? Okay, so that's how you do a cap rate problem. So this is an 8.6% cap. Was that hard?
No.
But you guys need to know what to plug in because you guys were telling me different numbers. Some people were telling me to put in the GOE in there. You know, this is the annual NOI that you got to put in here. And then the value on one side is the large number, and then you're getting the cap. So the answer here is that cap rate, because this is what we were looking for here. That's the answer. All right. So cap rates are pretty easy to figure out. Now, they could have given this to you a different way. They could have told you what the annual was and then gave you the and then gave you the monthly expenses or vice versa, or they could have thrown in the mortgage in there and other amounts that you do not need. Okay. By the way, is there a way to boost up this cap rate without raising the rent?
Yeah, add more expenses.
Add more expenses. Add more expenses?
Oh, sorry, mine has an expenses.
Listen, what is a cap rate? What is a cap rate? What is cap short for?
Capitalization.
Cap rate is short for capitalization rate. This measures the rate of return on an investor's money. Okay. So, the higher the cap rate, the better. Well, the higher the cap rate, the higher the return for the investor. Now, anything above 6% is a great return on a property. 8% is a good return. 10% is awesome. In New Jersey, anyway, if you start getting into those 14% and above cap rates, you're probably a slumlord who's not putting money back into your property.
Oh.
Now, in Pennsylvania, 14% could be common. Why? Well, they have some expenses that are a lot lower, like their taxes, right? The property values to initially purchase them can be a lot cheaper as well. Won't that bring up your cap rate? The cheaper you get the property for,
Mm-hmm.
right? All right, so cheaper you get the property, lower expenses on taxes and stuff, that'll definitely boost it up. Here's another way to boost up your cap rate. Try to lower some of these expenses. I mean, sewer and water. I mean, you could put in water restrictors, those high flow restrictors, so that now you get like no pressure, water pressure in the building, you know. but it cuts back on the water expense. How about this for landscaping? How can we cut back on that? You think if we asked one of the tenants to cut the grass for us, that and we'll knock $50 a month off on their rent, you think they'll do it?
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody will do it. Somebody will do it for an extra $50 a month, even though, and now that's cheaper than the landscapers that you guys were quoting me, right? If we tell them to take the garbage out for us too, drag the garbage cans out every week, you think we could cut back on the dumpster? We could probably eliminate that dumpster charge altogether, or we could cut it back by knocking an extra $50 a month off on his rent if he's the one that drags the garbage cans out to the curb on garbage day. You think he'll do it for $50? One of these tenants will do it
Yeah.
just to drag the cans out? I think they'll do it. And look, how much is that going to save us? If we're paying $150 a month on that, you know, saving us $100, right? So there's a lot of ways that you could boost this cap rate up if you're an investor. All right. Now, what if another property comes on the market for sale? I'm going to show you how to use the reverse T formula now. So this is the GRM. Which stands for gross rent multiplier. Okay. The GRM, gross rent multiplier. So another property comes on the market. The price, who cares what the price is? Our investor wants to get at least 8% cap on it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we know that a property in this same neighborhood, another 4-unit building in this neighborhood, will yield 8.6% cap, right? So let's just use the numbers on this property. Let's first figure out on this same property here. Here, let's focus on this before I give you another problem showing you how to actually use the GRM. Let's figure out what the GRM is for this property. So the GRM for this property what number goes up top?
450,000.
The large number, $450,000. And what number, what other number can we fill in here? For
The
it's
monthly
the gross
income
monthly income, $5,400.
from the rent what we get.
Yeah. So 450,000 divided by 5,400. And what do you guys get for your GRM? Did you get that? 83.33?
Yes.
Well, that would be correct then. Is that a good GRM? I'll tell you what, it's a trick question. There's no such thing as a good or bad GRM. A GRM is a multiplier. There's no such thing as a good or bad GRM. Okay? It's just a number that's used to compare two things. And I'm going to show you an example of how you use that. So I'm also going to make a little note here for you that no such thing as a good or bad GRM. A GRM or a multiplier is just a number used to compare two things.
It's kind of confusing to me, like, I mean, again, practicality reasons, like, I understand that.
I'm about to show you for practicality
Okay.
reasons.
Yep,
I'm about to show it to you. I just
okay.
want to just put down just a little information here about it first, okay? Because
Mhm.
we're going to be learning about GRMs here, and well, is it a good GRM or a bad GRM? Well, there's no such thing as a good or a bad GRM, because good or bad GRM. Because what is a GRM? Gross rent multiplier, right? So a
Mhm.
multiplier is just an insignificant number used to compare two things. Okay. In this case, it's going to be two properties where we don't have all the information available to us. So yeah, I'll upload this video. All the other videos are uploaded too. I just didn't put titles to them yet. Okay, so as a comparison here, let me show you for practical reasons, okay? We know this other property is a 4-unit building. It's two bedrooms and 2 3-bedrooms. You could only use a multiplier to compare two similar properties. You could only compare a 4-unit building to a 4-unit building, a 3-unit building to another 3-unit building. You cannot compare a 3-unit building to a 4-unit building or a 4-unit building to a 5-unit building. You got it? When using GRMs, you have to use the same types of properties. So we find out that another building comes on the market. It's another 4-unit building. And it's in this neighborhood. It has 1 2-bedroom and 3 3-bedrooms. And that's all the information they gave us. How much should we offer on this property to get us in the same cap rate range? Well, let me ask you a question. This is obviously not going to be an accurate tool. It's a quick, rough, dirty tool to get us ballpark figures. Because if the real estate agent did not put in there how much each unit is renting for, let me ask you a question in real life question. If this property is in the same neighborhood as this property is, do 2 and 3 bedrooms go for roughly the same price range in the neighborhood? Usually there's not drastic rent differences in a neighborhood. So would we be way off base by saying that that this unit is going to go for approximately, we could guesstimate without knowing the actual figure, that this is going for $1,200 a month?
Mm-hmm.
And if these are going for $1,500 a month, here, let me move this over a little bit. Actually, screw it, I'll leave it where it is. So now we have 3 units at 1,500 times 3, it's 4,500. Let me move this over a bit. And this one for 1,200. We add them up,
5,700.
that's 5,700 a month, right? So how much should we offer on this property? Well, if we know an 83.33 GRM in this neighborhood for a 4-unit building will get you in that 8.6% cap range, could we also guesstimate that one 4-unit building versus another 4-unit in a building should also have approximately the same expenses, give or take, to get us in the right ballpark?
Yeah,
Yes.
fair to say.
I mean, it's not going to be exact. We know that. But yeah, I mean, it could vary from one building to the next, but it should get us in the same rough ballpark if we're just trying to guesstimate numbers, right? So 83.33, we're just going to move that over here. And then we'll take this monthly of 5,700. And how much should we offer on this property to get us an 8.6% cap rate? 5,700 times 83.33. We should offer no more than $474,981. And it should get us in the same cap rate range without even knowing what the actual property's expenses are. This is a quick, rough, and dirty tool. Instead of having to call the other real estate agent up, or we call them up and they don't have the numbers, they need to get them from the owner needs to get them from their accountant, or after they do all that, they don't want to release that information to us unless we get our clients to first sign a non-disclosure agreement. And this is just to find out if it's a property you even want to show. So for practical reasons, doing some guesstimates to see if it's a property you just want to show. Can you see how this is a practical tool?
Yeah.
How did you get that 474 number on top?
Okay, well, we took the 83.33 GRM from this property and we just applied it to this one. And we took the gross monthly rent, because to figure out the GRM, you just take the gross monthly rent, you put it here. And remember, you multiply across, you divide down, multiply across. In this case, we did 5,700 times 83.33, and that gives us our answer up here. Was that easy? That was
Yeah.
easier than this one. A lot less math, right?
Yes.
So this is the GRM. I'm sorry, this is the how much we should offer on it. So this is how to actually use a GRM. Over here, I showed you how to calculate a GRM. And then over here, I showed you how a GRM can be used.
Okay.
Now, if this was a question on exam, how could they ask it to you to try to screw you up? I'm going to give you the same problem, okay? The one that we did right here. They may tell you that here, they may tell you that a property has a gross operating income of $64,800 a year and a gross operating expenses of $25,820 a year with the NOI of $38,980 a year. And they're asking $450,000 for the property. What's the GRM? Well, we already figured it out. This is the math problem that we did here. right? We already figured the GRM here.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
But instead of getting the monthly, figure, they give us the annual.
Mm.
If they give us the annual figure, all we got to do is reverse engineer it, right? So if they give us the annual figure of, what was it, 64,800 a year? So if they tell us that the gross income annual is 64,800 a year, all we got to do is reverse engineer it. We go divide it by 12, and that'll give us 5,400, right? See how they can make it a little tricky on exam? You need to know that it's the gross monthly expense. You need to know what numbers to actually plug into here. If you don't know what numbers to plug in, T-formula is not going to do you any good. So they give you the annual expenses or the annual income. They give you the annual expenses. They give you the net. Okay. You don't need to know the net to figure out the GRM. You only need to know the gross monthly expenses. And they gave you the annual expenses. So all you got to do is take the annual expenses, divide it by 12, plug the number in, you put in the purchase price divided by that, and gives you the GRM. Super duper easy, right? Right? No?
Yep.
Victor, are you uploading this today?
Yes.
Because I couldn't find the last ones before. I don't know why, for some reason.
Yes. No, they're up there. Now, I don't think all the classes had it. I don't think I uploaded the math because I did the math in a separate one. I think for the other some of the other classes as well. Some of them I did it. Some of them I did it in the actual chapter 16 at the end of the chapter. But I always do it at the end of the chapter, so you can always fast forward to the end of the video.
Yeah, because I have to repeat this a couple times today.
Yeah. I also do a step-by-step walkthrough on this on the math how-to study guide that I gave you guys. Hold on a second. Let me pull up the math how-to study guide too. Let me just minimize some of this stuff. So in the shared documents folder, there's a math problem. I think it's called math problems. That's the math how-to study guide I made. I'm pulling it up right now. Here, this one. It looks like this.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
All right. And you see how to use the T-formula instructions. I got step-by-step here. It shows you what numbers to plug in. It's also in the slideshow of the chapter, but the how-to study guide is just everything math, okay? And calculating GRM using the reverse T-formula, okay? It's used to compare two properties where you don't necessarily have all the information. I could probably update this a little bit more, put more text in there. Probably just having video tutorials probably be better though. All right. Next problem we're gonna do is, what's the next problem we're gonna do? Calculating depreciation, appreciation, depreciation. There we go. All right, here's the skinny on calculating depreciation using the cost approach. You know, in real life, we're never going to use the cost approach. You know, the appraisers will be doing this. So, here's the basic rundown on how to use the cost approach. If a property is valued at 280 and depreciates at 2% per year using the compound method, if the property, how much was the property purchased for 3 years ago?
Multiply by 6.
All right, hold on a second. Okay, here we go. See this thing here? It says, when trying to determine the value in the past, you know what? I gotta update this guide a little bit. I think I have it a little bit clearly written on the slideshow. When trying to determine a past value, divide. When determining a current value, multiply. Here, you know what? Let's just go directly. I'm gonna minimize this. Let's just go directly to the, back to the slideshow here, where I do a couple of these cap rate problems. I have them already built into the slideshow that works it out for you. Okay, you see this slide here? This slide actually, this does a better job. I should update that Math How To Study Guide with this here, step by step. There's 3 steps to the calculating depreciation. Can everybody see this?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see your
Yeah.
photos for a minute. Okay, so step 1. Well, we're trying to determine if they want us to use the straight line method or the compound method to determine value. If they don't tell you what method to use, you're going to use the straight line. Otherwise, if they tell you specifically, you'll use the compound. So a straight line method assumes each year's appreciation or depreciation is a percentage of the original value. And to solve this, we're going to do the problem one time. We're going to multiply the annual percentage rate of depreciation by the number of years that it depreciated. And a compounding method, you're not going to do that shortcut. Instead, you're going to do the math problem once for each year. I'm going to show you what I mean by that. It sounds confusing by me just telling you. I'll show you, and I'll explain what that step number 1 is. Now, step number 2 is, are you trying to determine depreciation or appreciation? What's depreciation? It's a loss of value due to any cause or condition, and appreciation is an increase of value, right? So when determining value, what does value mean?
Like what the price will be in the future. I mean, the
Value, which is 100%.
100%.
It means 100%.
Oh.
Now, let me minimize this slide so I could add that in here. Are you trying to determine or depreciate or appreciate a value? Oh, I got it in here already. Value is 100%. So the problem always begins by writing down 100%. Now, if the property depreciated in value, we're going to be subtracting the percentage of depreciation from 100%. If it appreciated, we're adding to 100%. So when actually starting the math problem, this will be our step 1. I have this as step 1 because this isn't actually starting the math yet. This is just trying to figure out which method they want to use. And then, are we trying to figure out a past value of the property or a future or current value? So if you're determining a past value, we're going to have to divide. And if we're determining a current or future value, we multiply. Now, let me show you what this, so using these steps, let's go to the whiteboard and I'm going to show you what that means, because it's just reading it to you, you're probably lost right now.
Yeah.
Wait, did I have that in here? Okay, so You could get asked a question like this. If you purchased a property
Mhm.
3 years ago and it depreciated 2% per year, if today's value is $400,000, using the straight line method, how much did you buy it for? Well, that's easy. You take the number of years, 3, times the rate of depreciation, 2, that gives you 6. You subtract that from 100% because when we're dealing with value, we're starting off with 100% of it. So that leaves you with 0.94 or 94%. And we know today's value is $400,000. When trying to determine a value in the past, what do? Multiply or divide? We're going to divide. So $400,000 divided by 0.94 gives us 425,532. Now, if they said to use the compounding method, we would skip this step here. You see this?
Mhm.
And instead, we would just write 2% here. And then we would do this math problem 3 times using 0.98. I think I have it. Do I have it somewhere? Okay, here. Compound method. If we were doing the compound method, we would do 100% minus the 2% rate of depreciation. That gives us 0.98. And then we would do it once for each year of depreciation.
Go to gate.
What? So 400,000 divided by 0.98. This is how much it was worth 1 year ago. Take that figure, divide it by 0.98. That's how much it was worth 2 years ago. Take that figure, divide by 0.98, and that's how much we bought it for. How come it's going up in value? Well, because the question says what today's value is, and they told you that it depreciated. So if they give you today's value and they say it depreciated since you bought it, you know you bought it for more money, right? There's a way to check your math too, to make sure that that your math is right. I have another one of these problems set up here too. And another. So we got a couple samples there, but I'm going to do one with you. I'm going to give you guys a problem. Let you figure it out. Okay. Here's one for you guys. Ready?
Yeah.
I'm not going to write it all out. I'm just going to put down the purchase price and such. So what the hell? Okay, so you purchased the property three years ago. It depreciated in value. %2 per year. Using the compound method. If today's value is $525,000. How much did you buy it for? Let's start off here by writing 100%. Because every time we're trying to determine value, we're trying to determine 100% of it, correct?
Yeah.
Mhm.
What's the next step? Well, it depreciated. So are we adding or subtracting from 100%?
Subtracting.
Subtracting.
98%.
Okay, because that's a loss of value. And how much are we subtracting? Well, I say to use the compound method, so we're not going to do the shortcut 3 times 2. We're just going to take the rate of depreciation.
2%.
and subtract that. That gives us 0.98. And then we're going to do the math problem 3 times. Once for each year, year 1, 2, and 3 years ago. So it's $525,000. Now, if we're trying to determine a value in the past, which is what we're trying to do, right? Are we going to multiply or divide?
Divide.
We divide. Because remember, divide to calculate past. And multiply, calculate current or future value. Okay. So 525,000 divided by 0.98. Let me pull out my calculator. You should too. That's 98% or 0.98.
0.98.
And that was 535,714 and change. Now, if we take this figure and we put it over here, so now we do that. Take that figure and put it here. 535, 714 and change. We're going to divide it again by 0.98. And that gives us 546, 647 and change. Take that number again. 546, 647. Divide it again. See, we're doing this problem once for each year. And that leaves us with 557,803. That's the correct answer. Let me just make sure here, because somebody else sent me that they got a different figure. Let me do this again. So if today's value is 525,000 divided by 98% or 0.98, 1 year, 2 year, 3 year. Yeah, it's 557,803. You may have plugged the number in wrong. Somebody sent me a message with a figure that was different. All right, so this is correct. Is that hard?
No.
Well, this is probably the hardest math problem that we're going to do pertaining to this chapter, because there's a lot of steps to it. Where do you start? You start off at 100%. Then we figure out if we're appreciating or depreciating. If we were appreciating, we would be adding 2% to 100%, right? Because it's going up in value. And a lot of people screw this one up too, knowing when to divide and multiply. Some people think that your mind gets screwed up and you start thinking, well, if it appreciated or depreciated, you divide or multiply. No, one thing has nothing to do with the other. This has to deal with time. If you're trying to deal with the past, you're going to divide. If you're trying to deal with the current or future value, you multiply. See, multiplying or dividing has to deal with time. Are we dealing with the current time or the past that we're trying to determine a value for? You know, subtracting or adding is whether you're appreciating or depreciating in value. Okay, let me give you another one that you guys can do on your own. All right. All right. All right. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to give you this. I'm going to give you the same problem with a different number here. Okay, so you purchased for, we don't know, 3 years ago. It depreciated 2% per year using the compound method. Today's value is $475. How much did you buy it for? I'll give you one little tip, and only one little tip. Okay, it's the only tip I'm gonna give you here. You're starting off with 100%. Whenever you get it, send me a private message and I'll let you know if you got it right. Okay, so let's work this out on the board. You guys should have enough time to figure it out. When we're dealing with value, we're dealing with 100%, and it depreciated in value according to the question. So we adding to or subtracting from 100%?
What? I'm sorry. Repeat it again.
We start the question off when dealing with value, we start with 100% of it.
Yeah.
In this, according to this question, are we adding to or subtracting from 100%?
Subtracting from 100%.
How much are we subtracting?
2%.
2%.
290.
So that
Yeah.
leaves us with 98% or 0.98.
Mm.
And it said to use the compound method. And because it said that, we know we're going to have to do the problem once for each year. 1, 2, 3, once for every year.
Mhm.
So if we bought the property for, or the property's value today is $475,000. And it depreciated for the last 3 years. Are we gonna multiply or divide here to figure out the past value? Divide
Divide.
by 0.98. And we're gonna do this 3 times. So you could type in your calculator $475,000 divided by 98% or 0.98. And look at this. You could hit the calculator. You could just hit the calculator 3 times. Hold on a second. I don't know if you guys are going to be able to see this at all. First of all, I can't see it on the video. So let me pull it up. Okay. So you see that? And got the equal sign here. So I'm going to tap that equal sign. 1 year ago,
Mm-hmm.
it was at that figure. 2 years ago, 3 years ago. You see, all I did was tap that equal sign 3 times. So $475,000 divided by 98%, 1 year ago was 484, 693. Take that number, divide it by 0.98. It gave us 494, 585. Take that number, divide it by 0.98, and it gives us 504, 679.
That's the same thing I did.
You may have mistyped it. Were you typing in the number each time, or were you just hitting equal, equal, equal?
I didn't count the point after the point. I don't count those. I just get the real number.
So you were typing it in each time in the calculator, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's why I gave you a different number. I just hit equal, equal, equal. That's all you got to do is hit the equal sign each time, and it'll give you that number. Otherwise, make sure that you get a couple of the decimal points afterwards and round it properly.
Yeah, that's why I'm off $2.
Yeah, yeah.
You, everybody?
What's that? Oh, yeah, yeah. Background noise. Sorry about that.
No, it's
Okay. So that is the problem for depreciation. That is a depreciation problem. Now, if I change this problem up a little bit, if I say, here, let me change it again. I'm going to give you a different problem. Ready? I'm going to give you one more of these, and then we'll. And then we'll move on. If I say you bought the property for $475,000 and it depreciated 3 years ago and it depreciated 2% per year using the compounding method, what is it worth today? Go. You could send me your once again, you could message me in the chat window, the private chat window, when you've got the answer.
We bought it 3 years ago?
You bought it 3 years ago, correct?
Okay.
Yes, Jason. Should that number be going up or down?
down.
Down, because it depreciated. And I'm asking what today's value is. So keep working on it, and I'm going to work it out on the board. Once again, we're starting off with 100%. We're subtracting because it depreciated 2%. We're only doing 2% because it's compounding method. That's 0.98. And because they're compounding, we know we got to do it once for each year. So how many years? 1, 2, 3 years. And we know that we purchased it for $475,000. Now, are we looking for an answer in the past or the current or future value?
Current value.
So then what do we do here? What's the difference? We have to multiply now to determine the current or future value. So times 98% or 0.98. same thing. So that's 465, 500,
Yeah.
465, 500 times 0.98. That's 456, 190. 456, 190 times 0.98 is 447, 066. And that's the right answer.
I have one more year.
Okay. Now, before we move on, with the same problem, tell me what it would be if it was straight line. Tell me what the answer would be for straight line.
What do you mean by straight line? Sorry.
Using the straight line method, not the compounding method.
Gotcha.
Okay. So this is compounding here. Compounding years. And what's the straight line?
Does that mean like from 275, 2% from 275 for 3 years? Not.
Okay, so when we're dealing in a straight line, once again, we're dealing with 100% of the value. This was 3 years at 2%. So 3 times 2 is 6.
Uh-huh.
And then we don't have to do the problem once for each year. We just do the problem one time.
I understand.
So $475,000. Are we dealing, once again, are we dealing with the past or the future here? What kind of value are we looking for? Are we going to multiply or divide?
We're gonna multiply.
So times
No, I get it. Thank you.
0.94.
Sorry, I didn't get something here. For the depreciation, we always divide, right? This is why we are multiplying. This is also depreciation value, right?
Remember,
Something is miss, right? I missed something.
yes, you got to remember this. Here, let me go back to this side, to this problem where I wrote a little note. Divide to calculate the past value, multiply to determine the future. Dividing and multiplying deals with time.
Correct. Yes, I missed that completely.
Okay.
Thanks.
Divide for past, multiply for future.
Calculate for current, future value.
This has nothing to, this has to deal with time, not appreciation or depreciation.
Okay, yeah.
Appreciation or depreciation is this part right here. You're gonna subtract for depreciation, you add for appreciation.
Okay. Thank you.
I told you this is one of the more difficult ones because there's a lot of working steps to it. Okay. Everybody good? We can move on?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
So once again, on the slideshow, we got the 3 steps here. If depreciating, subtract from 100%. If appreciating, you add. So look, even if we go to the next slide, I got it worked out on the slideshow here too, where I give you a problem here on the slideshow. Determine value based on 100%. Determine it's using a straight line method or compounding method. Hold on one second. Hold on, hold on. Let me see. Somebody just posted me an answer for that again. I just wanted to go back to the screen and show them what it was. So this is,
But if it was my answer, it was wrong. It was wrong.
okay, okay.
I know why. Yeah, you
Okay.
clarified that. Thanks.
So here's the straight line was 446,500. And the compounding answer was 447,066.
Yeah.
So if they don't tell you which method to use, you're going to use this straight line method. Okay.
Okay.
You only use the compounding if they specifically tell you to use the compounding method. And they'll tell you on exam. You're not going to get this on school exam, but on the state, you usually do. And they word the question like this. You know, usually it's a depreciation problem, and usually it's a problem in the past. So it's usually a problem like this one here, where they would word it, you purchased a property 3 years ago, and it depreciated 2% per year. If today's value is $525,000, using the compounding method, how much did you purchase it for? That's usually the way that the question will be worded.
So if it appreciated, we would add the 6%.
Yeah, if it appreciated, you add to 100%.
Okay, that's what I did. I thought we were appreciating it, not depreciating.
Yep. So look, dividing and multiplying deal with time, with the past or future, right?
Mm-hmm.
Divide for past, multiply for future. Add for appreciation. And subtract for depreciation. Okay. These are the things that you need to do. You need to know when to add, when to subtract. Okay. But this is all part of step one, right? This is all step one, starting with 100%. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So back to the slideshow, I give you a couple of more problems where I work it out, and I give that to you here step by step. Okay. All right. So we're done with that. That was chapter 16. We're done with chapter 16. And get out of this slideshow. The next thing we're going to be doing is chapter 17. So you can open up 17 in your book. And we are going to have a math problem on 17 as well. Which has a depreciation problem, but it's a different kind of depreciation problem for tax purposes. Yeah, well, and 1031 exchange, forgot about that. So let me just minimize that. And let's open up chapter 17. And bang that one out before lunch. We got an hour to go, so. Here we go. Chapter 17. All right, investment and business brokerage, chapter 17. This chapter is going to be about a lot of investment lingo, about selling businesses and investor lingo. And that's pretty much what it's going to be. We can finish this chapter in about half hour, 45 minutes, doing the math as well. So chapter 17 is investment and business brokerage. We're going to start off with, okay, at the end of this chapter, you can be able to explain the advantages and disadvantages of investing in real estate, describe some of the tax benefits to an investor, and we're going to learn about the UCC, but this is a different UCC than the construction. We've learned already that the UCC is the Uniform Construction Code. This is a different UCC called the Uniform Commercial Code that deals with the sale of businesses. Now, to start off, what are some of the advantages of having real estate as the investment? On the bottom of page 295, its return is the first one. Why do we have any kind of investment? Is to generate some sort of return on that investment. We could use the real estate as leverage for using borrowed money, and inflation is a hedge. Okay, so as the property goes up, as the property value goes up with the market, simply by holding on to the property, that's part of inflation. Okay, so if we're on the bottom of, okay, often investors borrow money to finance real estate purchase with expectation that if held long enough that the property values are going to go up and it's going to yield them some sort of a return on it. Even if they do no improvements to the property just go up with market value as the markets are cyclical, right? So if you try to get in that upward slope, then you dump the property. You sell high, right? Buy low, sell high, right? And using borrowed money this way is called leverage. So you're holding on to the property long enough till the property value goes up. That's the concept of leverage, because you borrowed the money to buy that house. Okay, now some of the disadvantages of real estate. Well, it's not like stock market, investing in the stock market, where you're not going to be able to resell property quickly without taking some form of a loss. You buy real estate this week, you try to sell it next, you're probably going to lose money, right? It's not like stocks and bonds in that regard. Some of the disadvantages, well, requires expert legal advice for the taxation purposes. And there is a high level of risk involved if you don't know what the hell you're doing. But then again, there is with stock too. All right, so the investment. So unlike, let's go to disadvantages of real estate investment and highlight the first two sentences, which is the first two lines under disadvantages of real estate investment, page 296. Just explains what we did on the last slide. Now, property held for appreciation, which is an increase of value or a gain in value. Is to expect some sort of increase of value, which would also increase your profit when you eventually sell the property, if you sell it at a higher price. Now, you can also generate income from the property if it's a rental property. Now, cash flow is spendable income after expenses. Let's highlight that. The object of owning income property at the bottom of page 296 is to generate spendable income that's called cash flow. So that's some of the lingo. So cash flow is after expenses. It's the money that you could spend. It's spendable income. Pyramiding through refinancing. All right, so can you buy real estate with a fairly small amount of money? Look, if you're a veteran, you could, or you're buying a property in a rural area, you could get 100% financing. You could get property through an FHA loan, which requires as little as 3.5% down. So can you buy real estate with a fairly small amount of cash?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
You wouldn't even necessarily need the closing costs if you could negotiate the seller to pay it for you. So let's just say the first home that I ever buy is a 4-family house. That generates income, and I'm going to be living there. Now, if I keep taking all the money that I'm earning and I'm putting it back to pay down the principal, I could, and let's just say property values are also starting to go up. Am I increasing my equity in multiple ways?
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's without me even doing any improvements other than I could put in what's called sweat equity and just do some manual labor myself, trimming the bushes, planting new bushes, planting some seed, you know, without putting a lot of money into the property. I could start beautifying it. I could slap some paint on here and there. I could do some basic cosmetics and make that house look really pretty and increase the value of it as well at the same time. And then I could refinance that house into a conventional loan. And then I could use another FHA loan to buy another house. So I'll do a cash out refi. So I'm going to take out my equity that I've built up in my property, refinance it to a conventional loan. And then I'm going to use the money that I took out for the equity as the down payment to purchase another 4-family house that I'm going to move into with another FHA loan. Remember, you could only have one FHA loan at a time. That's why I had to refi out of the FHA loan in my original house to get a conventional. And then I took cash out and I used that cash to put a down payment on another property. They call this pyramiding through refinancing. The only downside to this is all your properties are highly mortgaged. So you keep draining all the equity out to buy more. But if you keep doing this with all of your properties, you keep draining out that equity and buying more, you have highly mortgaged properties. So you're never really paying down the principal because you're taking it and you're using it to buy another property. And so you're draining all the equity out of them. All right. So what are some of the tax benefits of having real estate as the investment vehicle? Well, there's something that we call a 1031 exchange. 1031 is a section in the IRS tax code, sometimes called a 1031 exchange or a tax deferred exchange or a like kind property exchange. Okay, so in this, it allows the investor to sell their property and defer paying the income tax on the profit of the sale of that property if they were to reinvest it in another similar like kind investment property. So they don't actually pay the income tax on their profit from the sale of their original property if they reinvest it into another investment property. So here's an example of a 1031 exchange here. I got the whiteboard up again. The initial cost that for my purchasing my investment property cost me $300,000. Okay. We call this the basis. Let's do a little highlighting. I want you to write the number 1031 in front of the word exchanges on page 297, and then highlight 1031 exchange. And then we'll highlight the first sentence as well. Real estate investors can defer taxation of capital gains, the profit of a sale, by any like kind property exchange. Now, you don't need to know this for exams, but I mean, I didn't even write it here on the slide, but it is in the book. There's strict timelines that must be followed when doing a 1031 exchange. So you as a real estate agent have to work closely with the the attorney for your client or their tax attorney or their CPA, whoever's doing the communication with the IRS. I personally don't like to communicate with the IRS, so I let the tax professionals do it. The tax attorney or the CPA that's working for the seller, they will file. When you're doing a 1031 exchange, you have to file paperwork with the IRS in advance, let them know that you're going to be doing this. I'm going to be selling my investment property, and then I'm going to be using that profit to reinvest it into another investment property. And they tell you there's strict timelines that need to be followed. I just go according to the dates that the one that's communicating with the IRS tells me I need to go by, because we need to meet these deadlines. And if we miss any of the deadlines, we could cost our client a lot of money, because they would have to pay taxes on that income that's being deferred. The IRS gives them so long when they tell them that they're going to do 1031 exchange. After they sell that property, they have so long to identify and close another on another property. So what do they say? It's not always necessary for two sellers to make a direct exchange of the property. Section 1031 allows an investor to sell one investment and buy another outright with no necessity to find an owner who wants to swap properties. The money involved is held in by a third party until the two transactions are completed. The documentation is complicated. The investor must identify the investment, the intended purchase property within 45 days of selling their first parcel, and then they have 180 days to close on that transaction. If they miss any of these dates, and then you have to file the paperwork with the IRS too, then that seller loses the tax deferment, and they would have to pay taxes on that profit. So they may not be able to go through with the purchase of the next one if they miss any of those dates. See, so it's important that we make sure these transactions move along smoothly. So going back to the math of it here, the basis, if we turn the page, we're going to highlight the basis is the investor's initial cost for the purchase of the investment. That's like in the middle of the next page, 298. So a basis is the investor's initial cost for any investment. This is investor lingo, but we're applying it to real estate. So the buyer's initial cost for the real estate is the basis. It's the base price that you pay. Now, if you were to add in the cost of any improvements that you had to dump in the property to fix it up, if you were to add it to the basis, this new figure is called the adjusted basis. Now, if the property appreciates over time and now it's worth $600,000, what's your profit?
100,000.
200,000.
200,000.
Oh, 200.
You bought it for 300. You dumped another 100 grand in it. You're now in at 400. You sell it for 6. You got $200,000 profit. Well, let's just say that the next property I'm buying costs $500,000. Well, I'm not reinvesting that entire $200,000 profit, am I? I'm putting $100,000 in my pocket right now. That $100,000 that I'm pocketing, that I'm cashing out on, is taxable income. It's a capital gain, and we call that boot, because boot is loot, and all loot is taxable.
Question for you.
What's that?
I have a question.
Sure.
If you're buying a property as an investment property, but you put in it for the 2 years out of that 5-year, going back a couple chapters.
No. That you're don't confuse. This is not a property that you're living in. You're talking about the where you don't have to pay capital gains tax for the property that you're living in, right?
Yes.
Okay. This is talking about investment property. You don't have to pay any income tax for a property that you lived in for 2 out of the last 5 years.
So wouldn't it be, just say somebody wanted to invest the way they're doing here, but they're also living in it, they don't have to worry about the capital. They don't have to worry about the taxable income then.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Just ask. I was just not confused, but I just wanted to.
Yeah, because that's provided it's not a commercial property.
Understood.
Because you could have storefronts, you could have a big commercial property that has a unit that you're living in, you know. That's not gonna, IRS ain't gonna go for that.
And it has to be, does it have to be under 4 units?
No, it could be a multi-unit building. It could be a multi-unit building, even though technically anything more than 4 units is considered commercial. But you could have like a 4-unit, 5-unit building. Now, at what point does the IRS say that, you know, you can't do the, get the cap, what do you call it? Get the tax, be excused or exempt from taxes if it's your primary residence? I'm not sure.
If it's more, well, if it's more than 250,000, correct?
Well, it has nothing to do with the value. Yeah. Well, it's anything more than $250,000 profit for a single filer. You're only exempt for $250,000 on your primary residence. But I think you were asking about what kind of property now can you get that exemption on? Well, I definitely know it's for 1 to 4 family amounts, different kinds of properties that could also be your primary residence. I'm not sure if it would be the, with commercial properties, you know, those mixed use, those ones that start being in the area of commercial property, 5 units and above. Can you still get that if you're living in, I mean, can you have a 5-family house and live in it? Yeah, but it's considered commercial property. Can you still get that tax exclusion on it? I'm not sure. Consult with your tax professional on that one.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. Exams definitely aren't going to get that deep into it either. All right, but I know you want to know for your own edification. I got you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so boot is the difference in value that you're cashing out. When the property you're selling, the investment property, costs more than the one you're purchasing, that difference in value that you're getting to keep, you're cashing out on, is called boot. And boot is loot, and all loot is taxable. It is a capital gain. All right, so capital gain can be taxed. But the other $100,000 that you reinvest in the new property is not taxed because you reinvested it. Now, if the next property that I purchased was $600,000, I would not pay any income tax because I reinvested it, and that tax is deferred until one day when I eventually sell the property and cash out the profit. And by then, hopefully I'll be of retirement age and in a lower tax bracket. Pay less taxes, right? On the income? Well, unless you're making a lot more money. Okay, so let's see. We're going to highlight at top page 98, the first sentence. When the property being bought, the replacement property costs less than the property being sold. The difference in price is known as boot. You'll get that on exams. Boot. Add that to your term sheet. Capital gain. Next paragraph, we're going to highlight capital gain is taxable profit on an investment. And we already have in the next paragraph highlighted it. Basis of a property is the investor's initial cost. I'm not going to have you highlight adjustable basis that's in that same paragraph, but as long as you understand it, I don't think you're going to get adjusted basis on exam, but as long as you understand it, it's the basis plus improvement costs is known as the adjusted basis. Okay. We good?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. So that's not really a math problem that we're going to get or anything, but here is how you would do the math on it for tax. So you could figure out what's going to be taxed on a 1031 exchange. Now, the math problem's coming up though. The next section says depreciation on page 299. Page 299 where it says depreciation. I want you to highlight depreciation is an accounting concept. Highlight the whole first sentence. Depreciation is an accounting concept that allows an investor to recover the cost of an income producing asset by way of tax deductions over the period of the asset's useful life. And then put a highlighted box around the entire paragraph. So only the cost of the improvement can be recovered, not the cost of the land itself. Why is that? Because land does not depreciate. So if a property is valued at $500,000 and the land is estimated to have a value of $150,000, we would have to subtract the value of the land from the total value. And if you see what I got here on the screen, you take the total value of the property is $500,000. See, this is the way the question would be worded that you'll see on exam. Now, if it's residential property, the asset's useful life, according to the IRS, is 27.5 years. If it's commercial property, it's 39 years. So any investment you could actually deduct on your taxes, the cost of the improvements, not the land itself, because the land does not depreciate. Now, this has nothing to do with the actual value of the property. Nothing to do with the actual value of the property. This is value as an accounting concept for taxation purposes only. So if a property is valued at $500,000 and the land is estimated at $150,000, if the property has an economic lifespan, that's the words. See where it says economic lifespan? I want you guys to write that above where it says depreciation. I want you to write economic lifespan of an improvement. Next to the title where it says depreciation, I want you to write economic lifespan of an improvement. Is that page 299? Economic lifespan of an improvement. Okay. Because that's the kind of wording that they would use in exams. And if they're using that kind of wording, you know that this is what they're talking about. So if the property has an economic lifespan of 27.5 years, well, right off the bat, I know it's residential. How much would it depreciate after 3 years? That's the way the question will be worded, or probably will be worded on your state exam. Hint, hint. Okay, now we have to remember land does not depreciate. So we have to subtract the land value from the total value. That gives us now an improvement value of $350,000. If the economic lifespan is 27.5 years, now we take that 350,000 of the improvement value, divide it by 27.5, And it gives us an amount that could be depreciated annually on our taxes of $12,727.27. But the question said, how much would it depreciate after 3 years? So all we got to do is multiply that by 3, and it could be $38,181.82 can be depreciated over 3 years. It's a pretty easy math problem, right?
Mhm.
But they're not going to lay this all out for you. They're not going to lay this whole part out for you. They're only going to give you this. They're only going to give you the question. This is all you're going to see on exam. If a property is valued at $500,000 and the land has estimated at $150,000, if the property has an economic lifespan of 27.5 years, how much would depreciate after 3 years? You have to break it down into the like this. Start writing on your scrap paper. Okay, total value, boom, land value, boom. I know I need to subtract the land value from the total value to get the improvement value, and then that could be depreciated. Now, what is depreciation? This amount, what do I mean by this? What is that? What is this figure? What is that? How can I practically use this? Well, if I make $100,000 a year, the IRS taxes me on $100,000.
How are you? So I went and
All right. So if I make $100,000 a year, the IRS would tax me on my $100,000 income. But I could lower my taxable income by $12,727.27 a year. So I could subtract this from my $100,000 income, and then that lower amount is what's taxable by the IRS. You calculate your taxes based on that lower amount. Everybody follow?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh.
So, I mean, I have that math problem here, shown here. I got it broken down, the same one that I showed you on that slot, on the whiteboard. I got it right here for the breakdown 1031 exchange. I got the definitions of capital gain basis and adjusted basis here, 1031 exchange. Depreciation, I have the layout here, what the basics are of the depreciation on this slide. It's not the actual loss of value on the property. It's only used to reduce taxable income before taxes are computed. So property cannot be depreciated or deducted all at once. So when you purchase a property, you cannot depreciate the entire cost of that investment at the time you purchase it. That has to be depreciated over a period of years. The IRS won't let you deduct it from your income in the 1 year. It has to be depreciated. Look, you guys are gonna be self-employed. You know, if you buy yourselves a new cell phone, is that a business expense?
Yeah.
You use it for business?
Yes.
Business expense? You can
Yeah.
deduct the entire cost of it in the year that you paid for it. But the IRS does have limitations on, depending on what the assets are that you're buying, depending on, I'm not sure if it's based on the cost or the asset itself. This is why you need a tax professional to help you file your taxes. But certain assets, like if you were going to buy a new car, car is a little bit different than real estate, but it is in the same regard. It can be depreciated. If it's used only for business use, you could depreciate the entire cost of that car on your taxes. But once again, with a car, you cannot deduct the entire cost of the car in 1 year. A car has to be depreciated over a period of 7 years. Real estate.
So only finance.
Yeah.
Only finance.
Yeah, the financing charge. Like, so if you lease a vehicle, if you're leasing a car, then the entire cost that you spent on that car in that year that's being used only for business purposes can be deducted in that year that you paid it.
Oh.
Now, if I'm using that for personal as well as business use, can I deduct it still? Yes. But you got to track how much percentage of that is used for business and how much for personal, you would have to track your mileage and keep a log of your mileage. I remember when I was in high school, I worked at a gas station. I seen this one guy came in all the time. He had this little booklet. He would put down how many miles he's got on his car. He would write down how much the gas cost, how many gallons he got. You know, he would like document everything. He said you'd have to do that for 3 months, and then the IRS would allow you to use that 3-month calculation for the rest of the year too. But we have programs now for your cell phone. You got programs that some of them you pay for though, which doesn't, you know, like Mileage IQ, that's all it does is it tracks your mileage. You put it on your cell phone. But you guys can get QuickBooks self-employed version, I think it's called. You guys should get something like that, a tax software, like or not an accounting software to keep track of your expenses. You know, all of your expenses, your realtor's dues, your advertising costs, you know, every expense that you use for business, you should keep track of it somehow. And if you get QuickBooks self-employed, you also get an app. Okay, you could do this online and you could always adjust it. If you have the app on there, it has something that's similar to Mileage IQ does, where if you start traveling, you know, when you're in your cell phone, you got a GPS in most cell phones, right? So when you start driving and when you're moving, if you're moving faster than a human can walk, the app will pop up on screen and it says, I notice you're taking a trip. Is this a business trip? And you'll just check off no if you're just running to the store for yourself, you know, or doing personal things. I mean, that could be a little bit of a pain in the ass in itself, you know, but it's a good way to track your mileage for the IRS to keep that record and be in compliance. You could you could say yes, and then you could punch in the information later. You don't have to do it right then and there. Who was the client? What was the trip for? And now you've got your records for the IRS to keep track of, you know, all of your expenses, and whatever the total percentage of the time that you use that for that vehicle for business versus personal, you could deduct on your taxes. You could also deduct that percentage of the costs for the maintenance of the vehicle, the gas, all the expenses on that vehicle, the insurance, etc. Write-offs, bonus of being self-employed, right? So here's the basic math of depreciation. That same problem, I actually built it into the slideshow too. Boom, there you go. All right. And once again, the same exact problem, I just have it typed out here. Got it on two slides. And I had you, just like I had you write in the book, economic lifespan of an improvement. You want to have that in there because you want to remember that when you're studying. It's the economic lifespan of an improvement. Okay. Now, tax deduction and federal tax laws. Tax law is complicated. I'm not a tax person. You guys aren't going to be tax people. So always refer people to the experts in order to avoid liability, right? You want to know how this affects your taxes? Talk to your CPA or your tax attorney. But, you know, it's helpful to have a little bit of knowledge about some of these things. But federal tax law limits the deductibility of losses from rental property. We don't need to know this stuff. You don't need to know it for exam. You don't need to know it for real life, because you're not going to give people tax advice. The only time you could give people really the information that for the questions that they ask about this is if it's their primary residence. You know that if they live in it for how long, do they not have to pay taxes on the profit of the sale of a primary residence?
5 years? Out of 5 years, minimum 2 years?
If they lived in the property for 2 out of the last 5 years. So if you lived in the property for at least 2 years, and it was within the last 5 years, and you're single filer, you're either married and you file your taxes separately, or you're just single and you're filing on your own. You have a capital gains tax exclusion of up to how much?
For a single person, 250,000.
For a single person, 250,000. And for married couples who are filing their taxes together, it's up to $500,000 profit on the sale that is tax-free. Okay. I'm not going to get into these details because look, tax law is changing. Tax law is always changing. Okay. So I'm not going to get into the details of this. We're also not going to be giving that advice anyway. You know, tax law just changed in the last year. And President Trump said that he was going to change it again. But is he going to be president this year or not? Is that going to happen where we could then file our taxes on a postcard? Your guess is as good as mine at this point. We're not going to know till December 14th. Tax credit. A tax credit is different than deduction of deductions made before taxes are computed. Is a little bit different than a tax credit. A tax credit is if you owe the IRS $10,000 and you get a tax credit for $10,000, you now owe the IRS zero. It's a dollar-to-dollar matching amount. So it's a direct reduction in taxes due rather than calculating a deduction from income tax before it's computed. This has been provided for taxpayers who renovate historic properties in historic sections of town, or non-historic buildings placed in service before 1936, which then it'd still kind of be, even though it's not in a historic district. And sometimes governments offer tax credits as a stimulus. Remember when the real estate market was crashing? This happened twice. The federal government, you know, because politicians are that arrogant, they think they always got the answers, the cures to our problem. So they stepped in, they said, we're going to offer a $7,500 tax credit to everybody who runs out and buys a property this year to try to prevent those crashing markets. Because if we could incentivize enough people to run out and buy a house, then the property values will stabilize. Politicians, their answer is always to throw money at the problem, isn't it? So what happened was this. Back in '78, Jimmy Carter was president. He had something called the Community Reinvestment Act. It started making mortgages and money available more and more to people who could not otherwise afford properties. Now, it was still highly regulated, but that caused a surge in the increase of value till about 2001. In 2004-ish, I believe that's when Clinton was in office, he changed the rules on it a little bit more and expanded. Well, actually, he didn't. It was more of people in his administration did. They started playing around with rules. There was actually a guy called Barney Frank who was in charge of the banking regulators. And he basically told them to take the rules off, because if you're not giving more loans to minority persons and poor people, then you're discriminating and we're going to fine the banks or remove your banking licenses. So he gave them pretty much the free rein to do some what we came to be known as predatory lending. See, back in the 60s and 70s, when they started lending money and everything, being more fair and not discriminating for Black persons, for example, and minority groups and religion and people from certain demographics, depending what country they came from, national origin they called it. Now they allow them to own homes, you know, because everybody should be able to. Actually, Lincoln did that. He said everybody should be able to, but in practice, discrimination still occurred. So they passed laws in the 60s, and then they really started getting now as far as lending went. Lending was still some discriminatory practices going on. So this stuff started getting cleared up in the 70s or late 70s, and then those rules started getting loosened up more. And then it's not just a matter of rules. We're now you can't discriminate in lending at all. However, they said, well, yeah, but you're not giving enough loans to people that are minority groups or well, the minority groups or poor people. So you need to make an effort to do so. So the government's trying to step in and basically force the correction of past wrongs. But you know what? What happens when you try to step in and correct past wrongs now? Now, those very same people that you're trying to help now are accusing you of discriminating again by saying now you're targeting them. You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't when you help, okay? The road to hell is paved with the best of intentions, right? So now they're targeting these very minority groups that couldn't previously get loans. They're targeting them by giving them loans. So the problem is when you lower the standard for lending and you're targeting the people who could not afford it otherwise, now they could get a loan, you know that a percentage of those people are going to be defaulting on the loans, okay? Now, not because of their color or race, but because of their income and their debt to income ratio. That's what they should always have been looking at, but they didn't. They actually give a little bit of treatment there to give you the loans and an effort to give you the loans. Now, when that happens, are you going to be capturing people who don't have the right debt to income ratio that you're giving loans to? Yes. So what? We know that some people are going to be defaulting. We know that some people, that's the attitude. So what? We know that. But the idea is to get more of these people in a certain demographic to get loans. So what happened? This Community Reinvestment Act was rewritten. Rules were loosened up. So people who previously could not afford to get a loan can now get a loan. And people who could previously afford to get a loan can afford to get a bigger loan. So how much are people going to want for their homes that are selling? That are selling them? They're going to want even more money for them, right? Because they know the buyers can afford more. So thus, the market started shooting up until eventually that artificially created bubble is going to burst. And that bubble burst in about 2006. Did anybody watch that movie yet? I told you, called The Big Short, that explains this, how this worked. The Big Short. It's got a comedy element to it, so it's not totally dry and boring. If you haven't watched it, try watching it. It's called The Big Short. In 2006, the real estate market bubble started. That's when it peaked and it started to burst. 2008, 2009, it really started picking up steam, going down. And then I forget, I think it was maybe 2010 where they offered the first tax credit. The federal government stepped in. They said, you know what? We're going to offer a $7,500 tax credit to anybody who rushes out and buys a house. Okay. So is that incentive? Well, for a lot of people, they're like, well, yeah, the market's on its downward slope, but that's 75. Are we near? We got to be near the bottom now. So is that 7,500 enough to cushion that little bit of a bottom? The property value is still going down. Well, the thing is, we don't know where the bottom was, and people did go out. The government incentivized people by offering them $7,500 that they went out and buy a house. So people ran out and they bought a house. But this market that was going down at a slide like this, at an angle like this, ended up leveling out a bit. You see that? It ended up leveling out a bit here. From this downward slope, they offered a tax credit. It started leveling out a bit, but it was still on a downward slope for that whole year that they offered the tax credit. The tax credit went away, about, say, over here, and property values continued to drop. That's when people got scared, and even the people that just bought a house, they started doing short sales. They're like, oh, this isn't done yet. So instead to try to get themselves out of a bad situation, they didn't do what most investors do. What do most investors do? You buy low, sell high. They bought high, property values went down, they sold low. You're selling at a loss. If you hold on to it long enough, you're not going to experience the loss. But people said, I want out of this. So they sold. Now, they did a short sale. So their credit got kind of screwed up. They lost some money, right? Right. But then the IRS came knocking on their door and said, hey, we had a requirement that you had to live in that house for at least 3 years. Otherwise, you got to pay that $7,500 back to us. Those politicians that thought they had the answer, They actually screwed people's lives up. Many people who they incentivized to run out there and buy a property, they ended up doing short sales, ruining their credit. And the IRS, after you manage to negotiate and get out of a short sale, you're like, whoo, dodged a bullet on that one, just lost a couple bucks. Now the IRS comes knocking on your door. By the way, you owe us $7,500, payable in full. Now, the politicians said, no, we had the right idea. We didn't throw enough money at the problem. So they did it again. This time they offered an $11,000 tax credit for that year, and it leveled it out again. And then, boom, it started dropping like a brick afterwards. And now the IRS came knocking on those people's door. You owe us $11,000. So as government, do politicians have the answers to these problems? No. They should have let the markets prices drop on their own. We could have been out of it a lot sooner if they didn't step in and give that intervention to flatten the curve for a little while, because all that does is it lengthens the problem. We should just let the problem play itself out, and then we'll be done with the problem, get it out of the way. We'll experience the pain now in the short run, but it'll work itself out. Politicians just make the problem last longer. Okay, and that's what I was spelling out here in this graph. Okay, so that's that. And continuing on. So installment sales contracts. I'm sorry. So tax credits, where you see tax credit in the middle of page 299, I'm sorry. Highlight the first sentence. A tax credit is a direct reduction in taxes due rather than deduction from income before tax is computed. Installment sales contract, what's that? You guys recall? Unmute your mics if you're talking. You don't remember what an installment sales contract is? An installment sales contract. You guys there? You guys are there, right?
Land contract.
Yeah, we're here.
All right.
Yes, yes.
Land contract is an example of an installment sales contract. It's a type of seller financing where the buyer makes payments in installments and then they wait for the deed. They don't get the deed handed over until they pay off the full amount that's owed. All right. So next to where it says installment sales at the bottom of the page, write land contract. Page 190 as your cross reference. That's from chapter's that? Chapter 11?
What page?
190. That was from page 190 in chapter 11. Yeah. Just giving you the cross reference. That's all that is. Now there's complex tax rules to land contracts when they're involved. You know, the interest can be deducted on your mortgages and all that and your payments that you're making. Complex rules apply to installment sales. Income tax calculations are figured at the investor's marginal tax rate, the rate at which the top dollar is taxed. Okay. There's just a question on this at the end of the chapter, but other than that, you know, figured on investors' initial, investors' marginal tax rate. That's their top tax rate. Okay, real estate investment syndicates. A syndicate, what is a syndicate? It's the joining together of two or more people to carry out a business project. It's not a legally formed business entity. And neither is a joint venture. A joint venture is similar to a syndicate in that it's also not a legally formed business entity, but instead of two or more people coming together to carry out a business project, it's two or more groups And once this business project is over, the syndicate or the joint venture is over. Now, real estate investment syndicates, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about it just to keep you out of jail. How's that sound?
Sure.
Okay. I mean, if you're not paying attention, I mean, I could skip it and you could do whatever. Okay. This isn't on exams. This is to keep you out of jail. When you guys are working in real estate, you may get that real estate investor eye after a while because you're helping all these people find homes and they fix them up and flip them or hold them as investments. And you're going to start to see the kinds of properties that they're looking for and what they end up doing to them. And then after a while, you're going to get that vision and that investor bug, that vision and that bug. But the only problem is you're going to be like, I only if I had the money to buy it. And then a light bulb is going to pop up in your head. I got an idea. How about I advertise for an investors in my project? It's going to be my project that I own, but I want them to invest their money in it. Now, how would you try to get an investor to invest in your project? How would you try to convince them to invest in a project that you're going to own? What are you offering them in return?
Show them the return on their money.
Okay, from what? Where are they going to get the return from? Where does anybody get return from?
From an investment.
From the profit on the investment, right? Whether you're holding it for income or you're selling it and at a profit. What if it's not? What if it's a failed venture and there is no profit though? And you got somebody that's investing in your property that's not necessarily familiar with real estate as an investment vehicle. Ooh, well, that's a problem. So when you're seeking out investors, especially from people who are not familiar with real estate as an investment, this could be classified as a security that you're offering. And when offering securities, you need to be licensed. You need to have proper licensing with the Federal Trade Commission, the FTC. And the property that you're offering or the investment has to be registered, the security has to be registered with the SEC, the Securities and Exchange Commission, as well as the state of New Jersey has what we call blue sky laws that regulate these things as well. So you can make these kinds of offerings if you have somebody partnering with you that has the proper licensing, a Series 6 license to offer securities. But a prospectus needs to be drawn up that informs that investor of what the possible risks are involved with the investment as well. Not just the sell, sell, sell. These are what the upside is. If you don't do that and you're offering securities without the proper licensing, you're dealing in that Bernie Madoff territory. Remember that guy? He ended up killing himself in prison.
Yeah.
Right? All right. Business partnerships, we know that there's a general partnership and a limited partnership, right? Limited partners are limited in their liability to the extent of their initial investment in the business. So they talk about that here in the forms of syndicate, you know, the partners and their liability. Go down to the very last line on page 300, and we're going to highlight the next to last line. The limited partners stand to lose only as much as they invest. Any general partners are totally personally responsible for excess losses. And the cross-reference to that was page 111, way back when, chapter 3, I think. Okay. All righty. So real estate investment trust, REITs, you guys have something highlighted here already, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's a REIT investor can take the same tax advantages as a mutual fund investor. But what is a REIT? It's just another way of investing. But instead of investing in mutual funds, you're investing in real estate as the investment vehicle. Now, in order to be classified as a REIT, it has to have at least 100 investors, and at least 75% of that trust income has to come from real estate as the investment vehicle. What do we know? What do we need to know for exams, though? We only need to know that a REIT, R-E-I-T, real estate investment trust, who do they get the same tax advantages as?
Mutual funds.
Mutual fund investors.
Mutual fund investors. There you go. Now go down to business opportunity sales. Do you need to have a real estate license to sell a business?
No.
No. There you go. Look at the slide. You do not need to have a real estate license to sell a business unless real estate's involved in the sale or a lease needs to be negotiated. All right. Now, when it comes to businesses, though, are we drawing up the contracts for the sale?
Yes.
Not on commercial properties, we're not.
No.
Attorneys are. So we still need to have an attorney involved to actually write the contracts for lease or sales on commercial properties for the businesses. Now, what is involved in the sale of businesses? Well, before we get into that, at the end of the first paragraph under business opportunity sales, I want you to highlight a person who sells or negotiates the sale of a business for others for a fee is required to be licensed as a real estate broker. The exception is when the business is sold without any real estate interest in any form. That's a long-winded way of saying you do not need a real estate license to sell a business unless real estate's involved.
Yeah.
They just say it backwards and everything's long-winded. The book has a tendency for doing that. All right. So that's on page 301, right? Page 301. So when you're selling a business, you always need to have an attorney involved in there because, first of all, we don't know all the laws and tax laws and related with selling a business. You know how to transfer. We can't prepare the contract for selling the real estate. We can only prepare the terms and do the negotiations. An attorney's going to have to write that down. How do we transfer the ownership of the business personal property? What about business names and customer lists and goodwill and all those things? Special rights like copyrights, patents, or franchises, or licenses, or picket lottery machine licenses to operate those. Okay, how do they get transferred, or can they be? Okay, we need an attorney involved to help with that stuff, because all this stuff is involved when selling a business. Now, when selling a business, they're going to need a lot more money to put down, and you maybe get financing for buying real estate that's commercial property. However, it usually requires a lot more money down, usually about 25% at least. Now, the UCC, that's the Uniform Commercial Code that dictates the selling of the businesses. What we need to know with is the Bulk Transfer Act part of the UCC pertains to selling commercial properties. When you're selling the business, it prevents fraud. basically, if you're selling a business, you can't help a seller perpetrate fraud, because then you become their accomplice in the illegal activity. So when you're selling a business, the owner of that business has to make a list of all outstanding debts to creditors that they have not yet paid. And they need to supply that list to potential buyers. And they need to contact those creditors to let them know that they're selling the business. The purpose is to prevent the fraud by telling the seller and just advertising the business, hey, all the inventory and machinery is included in the sale of the business, when all that stuff has not been paid for yet. The vendors gave it to you on credit. So if you sell a business saying, hey, all the machinery and inventory is included in the sale, and you sell the business to someone and you take off with the money, leaving those creditors unpaid, it's fraud. And if you're the real estate agent that helped them perpetrate that fraud, bye-bye, you may be going to jail for helping them. You may be found guilty of that fraud as well, because you were their accomplice in that fraud. So to prevent that, make sure an attorney's involved in the transaction and have an attorney that handles all the issues on the details of the sale. Because if there is no attorney, you're over here negotiating stuff with them and dealing with that, and you could be found guilty of fraud. Make sure that all the parties, you have to make sure that when selling a business that all the inventory has been paid for, and anything that's not been paid for, you need to get them accounted for, what the debts are that are outstanding to the creditors, okay? So what is the purpose of the Bulk Transfer Act then? Who does it protect? It protects the business seller's creditors. Does it protect the buyer too?
No.
It does, but as a side effect.
Yeah.
It's kind of like when you buy a house. Are you required to get homeowners insurance when you're buying with a mortgage loan?
Yeah,
Yeah.
with the mortgage, no.
Yeah, if you buy cash, you don't need to have insurance on your house. So how come when you're buying with a mortgage loan, you're required to have insurance? Who's the insurance protecting?
It's an actual loan.
Who's the insurance protecting?
The lender.
The lender. Ah, so who do you think is requiring that insurance?
The lender.
The lender.
No, the lender.
So that insurance is protecting the lender against loss should you buy that house and it burns down tomorrow. Their collateral's insured, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so in that same regard, now the homeowner, are they also covered though?
Yeah, because
Yeah,
By
they got the
default.
insurance too. I mean, for their own personal belongings and stuff, they got to get an additional rider on their insurance to cover that stuff. But in that same regard, how homeowners insurance works, it's really protecting the lender. The Bulk Transfer Act, even though it protects the buyer as a side effect, its main purpose is to protect the seller's creditors so that the seller doesn't sell the business and leave the creditors unpaid. So you need to know this for exams. What's the law that regulates the sale of business personal property, which we call chattel? Bulk Transfer Act. Who does the Bulk Transfer Act protect? The seller's creditors. Does it protect the buyers as well? Yeah, as a side effect. But if you get both options on a question, which one are you going to select? The seller's creditors. The business seller's creditors, right? So we're going to highlight that under Uniform Commercial Code in the second paragraph, second sentence. The Bulk Transfer Act is designed to protect creditors from the fraud perpetrated by a business owner who sells the business, including the equipment and stock, and then disappears, leaving creditors unpaid.
Want pizza?
That's page 302. Or did you say did you say you want pizza, or did you say?
That's what I heard.
Sorry.
I know my stomach's kind of like, now I want pizza. Is that what
Me
you
too, I want to rap.
I'm hungry for pizza. All right,
Take
so
it out.
let's see. But we're gonna finish this chapter first, and we're almost there. So the Bulk Transfer Act, that explains who it protects. If we go down to the very last paragraph under UCC, bulk transfers. Everybody at the last paragraph?
Yeah.
Yes.
On the first line of that last paragraph, I want you to highlight Bulk Transfer Act. I know it says R, but is designed to protect the interest. Stop. And go to the line below it. Of the seller's creditors in the sale of a business. And then go to the next to last line, the line below that one. And we're going to highlight covered under the Bulk Transfer Act, just business personal property. Highlight that too. So the Bulk Transfer Act deals with what kind of property?
Business, personal property.
What's another word for personal property?
Chattel?
Tangible personal property.
Is it chattel?
It is. Why don't you write that at the end of the sentence? Chattel or chattels? CHATTEL, or you could add an S to it as well, with or without an S. You may see it as chattel or chattels.
Tangible personal property.
That's it. And that concludes chapter 17. Let's do the key terms to review, and then we're going to break for lunch. All right.
Capiche.
All right. So, ready?
Yeah.
Key terms to review: 1, cost plus improvements minus depreciation.
Does one adjust on the basis?
1 is A.
That's the-
Document transferring ownership of personal property.
Is it bill of sale?
4 is B, or a bill of sale. Extra money received by one party in an exchange.
Boot.
Boot. 5 is C. Increase in value.
Appreciation.
Appreciation. 2 is D. Initial cost for real estate.
Basis.
3 is E. Law regulating sale and financing of business personal property. What's the law?
Bulk Transfer
The
Act.
Bulk Transfer.
F, the Bulk Transfer Act. Money left from rental income after expenses are paid.
Profit. Oh, sorry.
Cash flow.
Cash flow. 8 is G. Profit on the sale of an asset.
Capital gain.
Capital gain.
7 is H, capital gain. Real estate held for rental income.
Income property.
11 is I. Tax deferred mutual transfers of income property.
Tax deferred is.
Exchange? Is that
Exchange.
Yes, it is. It's the 1031 exchange, right? Or exchange. 10 is J. 9 is K. It's a bad definition. It's horrible, actually. So
Yeah, what is that?
let's just 9 is K. Key terms to review: 2, cash flow plus income tax savings plus appreciation.
7.
Yes, it's a return. 7 is A. Direct deduction from income tax due.
Tax credit.
Tax credit. 9 is B. Extensive use of borrowed money for purchases.
Leverage.
Leverage. 2 is C. Fund making real estate investments and selling shares.
Pyramiding.
A fund making real estate investments and selling shares.
Oh, the real estate investment trust.
Trust.
6 is D, the REITs, correct. A group pooling resources to buy real estate.
Real estate investment syndicate.
5 is E, the real estate investment syndicate. That's like a bunch of little old ladies around the table pooling their money together to buy an investment property, right?
Yep.
So 5 is E. A joining together of 2 or more people to carry out a business project
Pyramiding.
Syndicate.
is simply a syndicate. 8 is F. A law regulating transfer of business personal property.
Uniform commercial
Martin
code.
James.
10.
10 is G, the Uniform Commercial Code. A rate at which the investor's top dollar is taxed.
Marginal.
Marginal tax rate.
3 is H. Refinancing property to buy more.
Pyramiding.
Pyramiding.
4 is I. And sale in which a seller receives purchase price over a period of years.
Oh,
Installment.
that's installment.
Installment sales contract. 1 is J. Very good. Okay, let me put the poll out there. All right, chapter 18. Chapter 18. Okay, subdivision and developments. This chapter, we're going to be talking about subdividing land. What is a subdivision? How a developer goes about subdividing, the process, the approvals they got to get for it. It's a lot of the stuff we already learned. It gets encompassed into one big story. So that's all this chapter basically is, but there are a couple new things in here, but mostly it's just a big story. So developing and subdividing land. When you combine 2 or more lots into a larger parcel, that is known as plottage value. It's not a term you need to study or know though, through the process of assemblage, okay? It's actually called assemblage when you take 2 or more smaller lots and you assemble them together. It's assemblage. That increase in value is known as plottage value. A subdivider is a person who sees how they can divide the property into smaller lots and get all the approvals for that through the government and zoning and all that. Now, sometimes the subdivider buys the land and does this and they own it. Other times subdividers could be hired by a developer, or sometimes the subdivider is the developer themselves. So a subdivider is someone who divides it into smaller lots and for sale to individuals. They get all those approvals, okay? Now, developing and subdividing land, New Jersey, when classifies a subdivision as when a smaller lot is sold off of a larger parcel, it is now classified as a subdivision. Sometimes now the state of New Jersey left it up to the municipalities to decide what constitutes a minor subdivision that does not require a public hearing and what constitutes a major subdivision, which would first require a public hearing before an approval can be given. Okay, so part of the subdividing process is they're going to discuss is this going to create additional roads that they have to develop? Is it going to create additional traffic, and how's that traffic going to be handled? Other issues are any burdens that depending on the size of that subdivision, how it would affect the local school districts and public works, police, fire, waste removal, sewage and drainage issues. All that stuff is got to be considered. Okay, now land planning precedes the actual subdividing process, which has to comply with the municipality's master plan. Every municipality has a master plan. Every stage of government has a master plan on how they're going to manage it. Everything from the top, from how the president governs the country and manages the country, down to each city and municipality on how they manage that. So we've got the federal government from the president to the state, to the county, to the municipal level. Every stage of government has to have a plan. And those plans include everything for how to manage the community, everything from health and public safety issues, look, even in your local municipality, you've got issues on what happens in case of natural disaster or in case of war, okay? those kinds of safety issues, not just the local police and ambulances and hospitals and such. They've got a plan for how to cover all kinds of issues. All right, so now a planning board, and planning commissioners, they deal with the planning of how the layout of the land is to be used. Dedication is giving land to the government for a public use, like streets, schools, and parks. So dedication is when a private citizen, an individual, gives land to the government. Now, in a subdivision, when you own one big lot, you may have to put streets on that lot in order to subdivide it. And the decision has to be made. Are you going to keep those streets private and then you have to maintain them? Or are they going to be dedicated to the municipality? That needs to all be discussed and added to the approval process. It's like I got to open my whiteboard here. I don't know why I closed it. Oops, sorry. That has to all be added to and considered in the approval process for any plans of a subdivision when they're planning it, and they have to submit those plans to the municipality to get their subdivision approved. They have to lay out if they're going to be dedicating the land or if they're going to be keeping those streets private. But dedication could be for street use or for schools or for parks. All right, so percolation. Okay, there has to be assurance that bonding that sewers and street costs will be paid. They sell the bonds to ensure that those important costs are going to be paid. There has to be compliance with local zoning ordinances governing the use of the lots, the lot sizes, maximum and minimum lot sizes, the dimensions of the lots, fire and safety ordinances, building codes, etc. This is all part of that local zoning. Now, prior to any development or construction starting, the developer is going to have to do what we call a perk test. That's short for a percolation test. It tests the soil to determine how well it absorbs liquids. For example, before any what do you call them? Before any septic tanks can be installed, we need to make sure that in the event those tanks crack or something happens, well, not in the event that they crack, but part of the septic system is to have runoff. But if that, and it's going to be absorbed by the soil, but if that runoff is not going to be absorbed because the ground has a high clay content, then you're just going to be creating a situation that could be hazardous, with human waste just sitting around that's not being absorbed by the ground and filtered by the ground. We would have to determine how we're going to handle the runoff in the event of rain. If that ground has a high clay content, what happens when it rains? The liquid, the water, just sits on top of the land. So those are issues that need to be addressed. So the first step or one of the first steps in any land planning is to get a perk test. You need to know this term for your exams. A perk or percolation test is a test of how well the land, the ground, absorbs liquids for drainage, runoff, septic systems, etc. So let's highlight that on page 308. It's above subdividing, a little bit further than halfway down the page. It's in bold. You see, highlight percolation test of the soil's absorption and drainage capacities. That doesn't give you as good a definition as I have written here. It's a test of how well the soil absorbs liquids. You need to know that for exams. Now, part of the land planning is some of the issues that come into effect is the subdividing process. First, how do subdivisions get started? Well, first, you're going to have the whether it's a subdivider or a builder, whoever the investor is, they're going to seek out raw land to profit that they could profitably subdivide. They determine if that land is consistent with the zoning regulations for the area. If not, whatever they have to do in order to make it. So zoning could be anything from the streets to have access to the property to all the public utilities that need to be run to it, size of lots, how could they be laid out. Then the subdivider or the investor will seek out financial backers, but usually there's a lot before they ever buy the property. What they're going to do is they got to try to get all the approvals. So when they find a property that may be good for a subdivision, they'll put an offer in on the property. And in the contract, you're going to make sure that when we put together these contracts, that the attorney, at least, because attorneys will probably be writing up these contracts for subdivisions, that in that contract, it's going to be written up that the contract is subject to the buyer being able to get all the approvals for their use of the property. And then that way, if they're unable to get the approvals from the municipality to build what they want to build there, then they can get out of the contract without penalty, right? Now, title to each of the individual parcels is transferred as the smaller lots are sold off of the larger one. And what kind of a mortgage loan would they use for that? It has that partial release clause that allows them to sell a smaller lot off of a larger one without having to repay the entire loan right then and there. It's a blanket mortgage. You guys are all here with me, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Now, so where is that blanket mortgage? Okay, so on the top of page 309, the last sentence just above where it says subdivision plans, it says title to the individual parcels of subdivided land is transferred as the lots are sold. At the end of that, write, using a blanket mortgage with a partial release clause. Using a blanket mortgage with a partial release clause. Just tying in things that we learned in other chapters into the story here so that you could know what kind of financing they would use for that.
Wait, what's the rest? Using a blanket mortgage?
With a partial release clause, just like you see here on screen, has a partial release clause.
Okay. Pause. Has a partial.
All right, so part of subdivision plans and under the subdivision plans here, other than just getting all the permits for the property, making sure that it complies with all the local zoning and planning ordinances, sometimes a developer, before they could start their project or before they could get the approvals for the project, they have to agree to what I like to call the legal bribes that the approval committee, the planning board, will require a developer to pay what we call impact fees. And impact fees are used to help the community cope with the additional demand for its services, like schools, police, fire, the sewer, water, all that stuff. So impact fees would help the community deal with that. And it is not uncommon, depending on the size of the subdivision, for a town to, like, if you got a large subdivision that's got like 500 units that they're going to be putting up, it may not be out of the realms of reality that a municipality can ask the developer to donate a fire truck and 5 police cars, or build them a new school. Depending on the size of the project, that could be a real thing. So you see why I call it a a legal bribe, okay? Because they have to pay it. And if they don't pay it, then they don't get the approval. Okay, so let's see, what's the politically correct definition for impact fees? We're going to highlight impact fees are intended to help the community cope with the increased demand for schools and other services. That's the next to last paragraph under subdivision plans on page 309. Y'all got that?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Cool.
Yep.
Now, other issues that go into land planning, the developer has to look into street patterns. You know, are they going to have the curvilinear pattern, a gridiron pattern? How are they going to lay out the roads and the streets for this subdivision? Hold on 1 second with me. Bear with me 1 moment here. Thought I had some class notes. I got to add some pictures to slides. All right, I didn't transfer the pictures to my cell phone to put to my computer to add to this. All right, great. Subdivisions. All right, so some of the planning that that builder's got to do is look at street patterns. So take a look here. I just pulled up on the web really quick. You can see there's a lot of different street patterns that that a builder can choose that they want. How are they going to lay out that subdivision plans? Okay, here's a couple of street patterns: square grid, oblong 2, loops, cul-de-sacs. There's different street patterns that they can lay out. And so that's part of the planning stage for that subdivider, is they got to put out type of street patterns that they plan on using. In addition to that, clustering for open space. We turn the page to 310. Clustering, you could see that there's the conventional garden estate and the clustered estates, the layouts of the land. What kind of subdivision styles are they going to use? Let me see if I can pull up here, subdivision styles. So street patterns, subdivision styles. That are being used for the layout of the land. Am I finding anything there? I mean, I guess this could also be included and worked in with the street patterns as well. Come on. Like this one. Here's one street pattern. You see this? It's street patterns, and then also the subdivision styles, the layout of the land. Or we can lay out these properties so that they're going to have more parkland or larger property spaces. if we're on page 310, you could see there's the, on figure 18.2, there's the conventional gardens estate on the left and the clustered estate on the right. They both they both have approximately the same amount of homes, but the clustered estates on the right, the lot sizes are smaller and they're putting the properties closer together so that they could have more open space and parkland. That's a decision that the subdivider needs to do. They need to determine if which layout they're going to have part of the planning stage. Now, a plat is a map of a subdivision, a plat map, indicating the location and the boundaries of each of the individual parcels. It's also considered to be one of the legal descriptions of land that we're going to learn about in chapter 19, the next chapter. So what is a plat map? It's a map of a subdivision indicating the location of each of the individual properties and their sizes. So on page 311, you could actually see an example of a plat map of a subdivision, of a small subdivision here. This is for a cul-de-sac street. Let's see if I can pull one up. Pull up a bunch of them. Just do a simple search engine search here for plat maps. And you can see a lot of different plat maps here. It shows you the size of the lots within a subdivision. See if I can find any New Jersey one. Oh, how are we at eBay? Okay. Plat maps, New Jersey. How about that? See if we can find any New Jersey plat maps. All right. These are mostly city maps I'm finding here rather than subdivisions. Okay, here may be one in Bergen County. Okay. Where it shows you the different block numbers and the lots, and you can't really zoom in too much. Let me see if I can. And then it'll also show you the each lot is, so we have a block number. Each block is designated as with a number and or letter. And each lot has consecutive numbers. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You see that? So this would be one block. So this is a layout of a subdivision here. It shows you the location of each individual property, and then even has a layout of the dimensions of the lot. It has a layout of the dimensions of the lot. Look at this. You have building setback line over here that shows you how far back that a structure has to be built. That's the setback line, right? There has to be a layout for any utilities or public utilities that are going to be there, or easements. All right. So the one that you're seeing on page 311, which unfortunately I did not add to the slideshow yet. The plat map on page 311, this is for a cul-de-sac street with 8 properties on it. You could see each lot is individually numbered, right? You could see even layouts for public utilities and easements. And they should say on here whether those streets are going to be private or if they're going to be dedicated. Well, at least in their plans, not on the map itself, when they're submitting them for approval. Now, covenants and conditions, or we call them deed restrictions. What is a covenant? It's a legal promise. And when legal promises that are restrictions that could limit, somebody's volume's up too loud there. Okay, so when we have covenants, which are restrictive covenants, they're added to deeds, restrictions placed in deeds, we call those restrictive covenants. Let's, I think we highlighted that in a different chapter. I just got it here in the slideshow. But restrictive covenants are legal promises that are placed in the deeds themselves. And if it's for an entire subdivision, the builder or subdivider would often put in a master plan itself restrictions that all the property owners are bound by, and then they'll simply they'll have one master deed for the entire underlying property. They would put just a referral in each of the individual property deeds to the master deed that has all the restrictions that everybody has to follow. But those are restrictive covenants. They could dictate the minimum lot size that people can have there so that they don't start subdividing and building homes on top of each other sometime in the future. All right, so go down to page 310. Underneath those maps, those layouts, there's plat of a subdivision. We're going to highlight plat of a subdivision as a map of the development indicating the location and boundaries of the individual properties. And then highlight dedicated means turned over to the municipality on the next paragraph. Dedicated, turned over to the municipality. It doesn't have to just be areas of land for streets. It could be for streets, schools, or parks. Now, a developer, once they get all their approvals for their plat map, for their plans of their subdivision, they should record them. What is recording? What does that mean? When we record documents, what are we doing?
Making it official.
How are we making it official? We're adding it to the public records in the county where the land is located. We're recording it down at the county clerk with the county clerk's office, or if your county has their own specific registrar of deeds, we would record it there. Why do we record documents in the public record? Anybody? It's to put the world on notice of our interest in that property. So we could add documents to the public record to put the world on notice of our interest in the property. So once we get approvals for a subdivision, they should be recorded by the developer in that public record. Because if they don't record all the approvals that they had obtained, and for whatever reason, the government issues a moratorium, which is a halt to any further development in the area, even if they had their approvals, they cannot start their project. Highlight, moratorium is a halt to further development in the area. So it is in the developer's best interest, as soon as they get those approvals, to record them in the public record, to file that paperwork in the public record. Because if they don't and a moratorium is called, then they won't even be able to start their project. But if they did record it and the moratorium's called, they could still begin their construction. Even though they did a halt to further development in the area, well, you recorded your interest, your approvals before that halt was put in play, so you're allowed to continue. Okay, now covenants and restrictions down here at the bottom of the page. It says, well, they put it underneath the paragraph where it says covenants and restrictions, because they're using a lot of other fancy wording in there, but just write restrictions placed in deeds at the very bottom of the page on 310. Restrictions placed in deeds are called restrictive covenants, like I have here. Restrictions placed in deeds are called restrictive covenants. And who can add restrictions to deeds? Only private parties, not governments. Governments have their own powers. We learned about, they have their police powers, they have eminent domain and such, right? Pete, remember that? All right. So you're writing restrictions placed in deeds are called restrictive covenants. And only private parties can place them in deeds. All right. Now, if this complex, if anybody wants to buy in this complex using an FHA loan, well, that the developer had to use construction materials that meet the FHA's minimum standards. If they don't, nobody's going to be able to get a FHA loan. In addition to that, the majority of the units had to have been sold, and the complex had to have been sold, and mostly all majority owner occupied units. Otherwise, it's not going to get FHA approval. Okay. And once again, here's the links to those FHA approved condos where you can look them up. Now, New Jersey environmental issues also have to be taken into consideration. Oh, hold on a second, I skipped something on the last slide. Development costs. In this section over here, see, I'm not reading it all to you, I'm just kind of skimming over what it talks about. Development costs, they estimate that a subdivision will cost about 4 to 6 times the cost of the raw land. When they factor in all the legal expenses, the realtor's fees, marketing and advertising, the cost of construction, all the permits and mass earthworks moving, the construction materials, all that stuff. They estimate it's going to be 4 to 6 times the actual cost of the land to do a subdivision. Now you can turn to page 312. Density zoning under subdivision density. In the middle of that paragraph, it says it in bold, density zoning. We're going to highlight density zoning ordinances restrict the average maximum number of homes that can be built per acre. Now, one thing you got to remember is this book always uses the reverse wording. They say things in the backwards way. So density zoning restricts the average maximum numbers of homes that can be built per acre. Another way of saying that is density zoning is zoning for the maximum amount of homes that can be built per acre. Okay, one sounds like it's restrictive, the other one sounds like it's trying to build as much as you can. Yeah, it's restrictions on the maximum amount of homes that you could build in an area. Now, environmental issues need to be addressed as well. When purchasing land, you want to make sure that that land is not contaminated, right? If you're going to be buying new construction, you want to make sure that it's not on contaminated soil. So, they do the perk tests to check the drainage and all that, but they also have to take soil samples and check and test them out too. We call these EIS, or environmental impact studies. They test to see if the soil is contaminated, whether it's from manufacturing or if it was previously farmland. There's all kinds of biological waste or bacteria and such that could be in the land. And these need to be addressed, no matter where the contamination is coming from, whether it's from man, animal, or nature, the soil needs to be tested to make sure that it does not affect the quality of life from somebody who's purchasing a new construction and expecting there to be nothing wrong with it because it's brand new. But guess what? We live on Earth, and Earth is a hostile environment. Sometimes we build homes in places that are not so safe. These are usually the most beautiful places. The beach, on top of mountains, cliffs, next to volcanoes, places where there's mudslides and ground breaks and sinkholes, Just look at Florida, right? You guys know what sinkholes come from, right? All right. Well, sinkholes come from deposits uh, built on the ground where there are soft materials. And as we get a lot of rain, those soft rocks underneath the ground that are holding up the ground would get eroded away through the water. And then sometimes the water can hold support for the ground. But let's say we don't get a lot of water for a while and it dries up underground. Now you got a big hole under the ground and the ground can collapse in on itself. Or if we get a lot of water, that all of a sudden softens up and eats away at the ground. Let me see if I could show you some causes of sinkholes. I mean, we see them in the news every now and then. I mean, where city streets would just break out, right? Areas of land. Look here, we got a street that all of a sudden the ground just breaks away and sinks into the ground. Look at this one. Here's a giant sinkhole that swallowed up a car. You know,
Oh my God.
We've seen them in the news. In Florida, it happens a lot. Houses get eaten up. Cars could be sitting in traffic in the middle of a road, and then the road, you know, the roadway is only so thick, you know, but if the ground underneath it falls away, what's going to hold up all that weight? You built on a house of cards, it's just going to fall apart. Check this out. Are you guys seeing this sinkhole? Well, let me try to zoom in on
God.
That's massive.
It's huge.
It's a very deep sinkhole. That's for sure. Who's to say how deep within the earth that sinkhole has to happen for the ground to sink in? It doesn't have to just be a couple inches or a couple of feet like those little ones I showed you in typical streets. This is a real example of a sinkhole. We've had them that sucked up apartment buildings. Okay. We're talking about the earth, the planet, after all. Look at that. Wow. It looks fake, doesn't it?
It's scary.
That is. It'd be scary if your house was on top of it and then it starts breaking away. Look at that. Boom. Just breaks away. Now, sometimes you could see signs of sinkholes, but not when it's paved or if there's a building sitting there. Maybe the creaking or the shifting of the ground, but all new construction kind of settles and shifts on the soil. A little scary of a concept, huh? Look at this guy. That looks like he's got some kind of new construction there, and a sinkhole happened right in front of his house. See, in Florida, it's actually quite a common thing because they're on a peninsula surrounded by water. Here's an image that may give you a better idea of how it happens in nature. Let's take a look here. So yeah, water percolates into the bedrock. The bedrock, you get these soft areas here. The water wears away at them. When the water dries up, it leaves a cavern or an empty space. Now you put some weight on there. Eventually, that is just going to all cave in on itself in the empty space. Interesting, huh? So here's a cutaway of one. This is the house on there. You got the soil under the ground. And if this breaks away and this gets rotted, you see there's big caverns that could be under the ground. How do you know how strong the earth is? I mean, you could take core samples. It's amazing. Mother Nature, guys. Look at this, a sinkhole in the middle of the lakes and oceans. Look at this. This one's about to suck a ship in. It'll suck anything in until that gap in the earth, that hole is filled. Imagine being on water, then all of a sudden this happens. You get the whirlpools. There was a place like that, I think it was in Georgia, or is it in Tennessee or Carolinas? Let me see. sinkhole under lake. I forget which lake it was. It sucked in many trees. Culvert, drain lake culvert. Yeah, under a salt mine, I think it was. I mean, you got them, salt mine, salt wears away with water. What happens to the water, right? And salt, right? You know what that happened?
90 minutes after the drill became stuck, the drilling crew, who had wisely abandoned the tilting rig, watched in amazement from the shore as their 150-foot derrick disappeared into a lake that was less than 10 feet deep. Meanwhile, 1,300 feet below the surface of Lake Venure, diamond crystal miners, who had not been alerted to a problem, looked up to see something you should never see in a salt mine. Water.
Water flowing through salt tends to dissolve the salt. As you increase the volume of water, you increase the volume of salt that can be dissolved.
Soon it was clear. Lake Venure was draining through the hole bored by the drill bit and into the salt mine. As the 2.5 billion gallons of Lake Venure surged into the mine with 10 times the pressure of a fire hydrant, a mighty whirlpool was forming on the surface. Remarkably, thanks to well-rehearsed evacuation drills and the heroics of several miners, all 55 people in the mine managed to get out. But back on the surface, the chaos was just beginning.
The whirlpool is basically a vortex of water and mud that is flowing down into a fairly confined space. And that whirlpool is basically flowing downwards under the force of gravity, pulling sediment and other materials down with it.
The whirlpool's sucking force pulled heavy-duty barges toward it as their crews leapt for safety. Men watched with jaws agape as 11 barges and a tugboat disappeared into the vortex. Those are 4 fully loaded flatbed trucks spinning helplessly in the whirlpool. When a barge that was blocking the way was sucked into the hole, it gave Viator a narrow path to skirt the maelstrom. He gunned the motor and reached the shore with seconds to spare. Viator then tied his boat to a tree.
When I looked like this, I seen my boat that I had tied to the tree, and there it was going into the whirlpool. So that's the last thing I seen. My boat tied up to the tree, going into the hole.
Yeah. So there's just one example of they could be pretty big too. How deep are these? How deep are these sinkholes going to go too? Some of these stories. There's this one in Louisiana, another one that started sucking up the land. It wasn't anybody that drilled anything. There wasn't an accident. It just started sucking up the land because that hole finally gave way. That was underneath the lake.
Doesn't look right. I had never seen that before. I saw bubbles before, but not constant and steady like I was seeing there.
Dennis Landry is a real estate developer who founded a neighborhood along the banks of this bayou in 19.
So a stand of cypress trees.
Look at this. This is a sinkhole underground, sucking trees under. This is still going on today.
Got strong fuel smell. What I thought was diesel at the time, which I think may have been some diesel, but it may have been crude oil also. Most people believe the sinkhole occurred because the Texas brine cavern, known as Oxy number 3, was mined too close to the edge of the salt.
Texas brine is the Houston.
Once again, salt. When you have soft materials in the soil and liquid, it could create that soft land and it gets compromised. All right, I don't want to waste a whole lot more time on that. Let's continue on. So environmental impact studies need to be done. They take core samples of the soil. They check to see, are you on solid land? Is that ground contaminated? What have you? They call them what? What is that called? EIS, environmental impact studies. Let's highlight, do we highlight that in the book somewhere here? Second paragraph under environmental impact studies, we're going to highlight federal agencies are required to conduct studies called environmental impact studies, or EIS, for any federal project that can affect the quality of life, especially projects located in floodplains, wetlands, steep slopes, or other environmentally fragile areas. Okay. Now, sinkholes, they could occur in anywhere where there's land, where there's water, but not necessarily. It could just be a heavy rains. You're not anywhere near water, but the ground has those deposits or those soft materials underneath. Could cause sinkholes. Remember a couple years ago, the guy in Florida that got sucked in his house?
Yeah, I remember I saw a study about that on the news. It was like some guy was sleeping and then his house just went straight down on the sinkhole. It was massive.
Yeah, it sucked down. It just sucked down the floor broke away in the bedroom that the one man was in. But it didn't suck away it only sucked away that one bedroom where that man was in. Yeah, let me take a look here. I'm not sure if this is the news story or not, but. This is a commercial. Yeah. No, I don't know what the hell that is. I can just back it up. Yeah, this was a couple years ago in Florida. Yeah, this was unfortunate. Trying to find a short video that explains this. But here's a short one.
It sounded like a car crash. The floors of 2 bedrooms in this house swallowed in an instant. Jeffrey Bush had been asleep in one of those rooms. His brother Jimmy sprinted in trying to save him.
And all I see was the tops of his bed. I didn't see nothing else. So I jumped in the hole and tried digging him out. And I couldn't get him. All I could hear was, I thought I could hear him screaming for me and hollering for me to help him. But I couldn't do nothing.
Inside this house kept expanding around him.
Swallowed his whole bed. His dresser, everything in his room was gone. Ain't nothing in his room there at all, no more.
Hillsborough deputy Douglas Duvall burst into the house. He saw Jimmy, the intended rescuer, struggling himself in the sliding sand. Duvall put his own life on the line to pull Jimmy out and keep him from becoming a second victim.
The cops snatched me out of the hole. They told me I couldn't be in there. The hole was still caving in. And I didn't care. I was one of my brother, man.
His family says it's owned the home since it was built 40 years ago, and they've never seen a single sign of a sinkhole.
He was a good
I'm sorry,
guy, man.
guys.
Hard work.
I thought you could see that.
I'm sorry. See that he gone.
You guys weren't seeing any of those videos I was showing you?
It's just not this one.
Oh,
No, not this one.
The other one we did.
Oh, okay.
I just want my brother. Tops of his bed.
Like a car crash, the floors of 2 bedrooms in this house swallowed in an instant. Jeffrey Bush had been asleep in one of those rooms. His brother Jimmy sprinted in trying to save him.
And all I see was the tops of his bed. I didn't see nothing else. So I jumped in the hole and tried digging him out. And I couldn't get him. All I could hear was, I thought I could hear him screaming for me and hollering
All the
for me
dirt
to
just
help him.
keeps sinking in with all everything in the bedroom.
The hole inside this house kept expanding around him.
Swallowed his whole bed. His dresser, everything in his room was gone. Ain't nothing in his room there at all, no more.
Hillsborough deputy Douglas Duvall burst into the house. He saw Jimmy, the intended rescuer, struggling himself in the sliding sand. Duvall put his own life on the line to pull Jimmy out and keep him from becoming a second victim.
The cops snatched me out of the hole. They told me I couldn't be in there. The hole was still caving in. And I didn't care. I was one of my brother, man.
His family says it's owned the home since it was built 40 years ago, and they've never seen a single sign of a sinkhole.
He was a good guy, man. A hard worker. I'm sorry to see that he gone. I just want my brother. That's all I want.
So that's a sad.
It sounded like
That's a sad situation there, but you know, other videos. There's better videos for that actually show that that whole entire house eventually got sucked. That whole entire house eventually got sucked in, and then after that house got sucked in, the neighboring houses got condemned as well because the local authorities don't know how far that sinkhole was going to expand to.
And dangerous vulnerability underground. Sinkhole.
Let me try to fast forward through that a little bit.
Your house.
Drive just before midnight.
The house just fell through.
These 911 tapes reveal the terror inside that house.
The bedroom floor just collapsed, and my brother-in-law is in there. He's underneath the house.
A sinkhole, some 30 feet across and up to 100 feet deep, opened up directly beneath Jeff Bush's bedroom. His brother, Jeremy, says he tried desperately to save him. I jumped in the hole, couldn't find me. By police, but his brother is believed dead. The house condemned. The Bush family says they had no idea they lived under a geological time bomb. This part of Florida is known as Sinkhole Alley.
See, let me back up a little bit here.
This part
See
of
what
Florida
those-
is. The Bush family says they had no
See
idea.
what these guys are doing right over here? They're actually running this thing, thing here. It's a scanner. It's scanning the ground. It's ground penetrating sonar to look for masses or gaps in the ground. This is also how same kind of tool that is used to try to find if there's abandoned oil tanks in the ground too. It checks how solid the ground is under the surface. They're looking to see how wide is this sinkhole? What's the possibility of its expansion?
Yeah, lived under a geological time bomb. This part of Florida is known as Sinkhole Alley. Florida is riddled with them. Look at these. All reported sinkholes in Florida since 1954, more than 3,000 since the 80s. 7 other states are classified as sinkhole prone, covering up to 40% of the country. Sinkholes generally form when limestone is eaten away by water, but the land above it stays intact until it dramatically gives way.
It literally burns through the rock. It burns through the rock. Now we're talking hundreds of thousands of years.
The result? Sinkholes like this one in Florida growing to the size of a football field in a single day in 1981. This Texas-sized sinkhole in Houston devouring a tractor.
Are there any ways to detect whether or not you have a sinkhole in or around your house?
Very expensive and difficult to do. And it might only be good for as long as the test is done.
Experts say it's extremely rare to be hurt by a sinkhole, but there are things you can do to protect your family and your house. Take a look at the walls. Are they cracking? Take a look at the doors. Are they harder to open and close? And of course, fences and vegetation outside. If those things have moved, you might want to get your house looked at.
Yeah, you might want to take a look at that.
Wow.
But that's just one thing. Part of these environmental impact studies also take a look to see if there's any environmentally sensitive, is it going to affect the wildlife that your project is built? If they're doing
the town of Seffner, Florida, near Tampa,
Well,
where
hold
last
on.
night the earth opened up as it does in.
I don't know why that started playing. You're back on the slideshow, right? Okay, so they also check like if you're gonna get a project approved and they find that there's like a rare species of the rare spotted hooded owl took up a breeding ground on your land where you wanted to do your construction project. Guess what? Guess what that does to your construction project? It ain't happening. You're gonna get all these environmentalists and all these environmental groups in there that you're not gonna be able to build on your own land. I know some people make comments, yeah, you know what, I'll take care of that problem myself, right? But no, you can't do that. But what happens if they find human remains on your property?
Can't work anymore.
Come on, if you find human remains on your property, what do?
Call the cops.
Call the cops.
Call the cops. What's wrong with you people? I mean, it shouldn't take that long. You know, you call the cops, right? Okay, so the cops will come out. They'll send a coroner out. The coroner will take a look and first of all see, are these new bones or are these been here a while? You know, I mean, is this a historic event, something that happened a long time ago that will now make this a historic landmark site possibly? Or do we got a crime scene? Okay, if it's a crime scene, it's only temporary that you halt to your project. If it's a historical site or something, then we got to get the Historic Society out. They got to do research and all kinds of other stuff, which could delay a project, or it can prevent it from carrying on, depending on what they find there and what kind of history they find about it. Look, I mean, it's happened in other areas. I'm going to look something else up for you right now. I think I have a video for this. Inspection hazards.
Study.
Did you know that after the World Trade Centers collapsed, they were trying to prepare them for the Freedom Tower, and they had to do the construction. They had to dig up deep into the ground there and prepare for the new foundation. You guys recall finding what they found there under the trade centers?
What?
Oh,
They found a ship.
they did?
They were saying, oh, it's like a pirate ship, an old pirate ship that they found. Let's see, I'm trying to find it. Okay, no, this is History Channel, but that's not the right thing. Prototype design, the Dutch settlers. Yeah, okay, there we go. On the History Channel website here, they show you, see, the wood on the ship is what they were able to discover and find out what it was from. So they got archaeologists to come in. You could see this layout here. This is actually a wooden ship that was deep. It was well under the basement of the old original trade centers. You see this scan of the ship created before its removal from the World Trade Center site. You can find videos. They actually had documentaries on this stuff already. It was an old 18th century ship that was discovered there. What's a ship doing in the middle of Manhattan?
Wow.
Well, you know that most of Manhattan is man-made. It's a peninsula. It's surrounded by water. At one point, that island was not that, or that peninsula was not that big. A lot of it was built out as we needed more space. It was built up over time. They're figuring that a ship sunk at the docks over there, and they just buried it. They just buried it over time. You know, instead of removing it, they just buried it as they needed to. Now they found a lot of artifacts pertaining to that, and I can't seem to find the story right now. So you know what? I'm going to make a note for myself to look up that story. Ship under Trade Center. Add that in the future to this class here too, but there's a whole story about it, and I know that you got to start hunting through different websites to find all the information of that. I just wanted to bring it up. I'm not going to waste all your time here about searching for that, but you know what? What did that do to the Trade Center project? It actually put a halt on that Freedom Tower until the Historic Society can come in there to take documentation, scans, photos, samples. They even found jewelry and coins and stuff like that on the ship. You know, it's interesting as hell. I mean, many of you haven't even heard of that before. You know, interesting, right?
Yeah, considering I watch Oak Island every freaking.
Yeah, in the meantime, it's happening right here in your own back door.
Yeah.
You know, in the middle of Manhattan. All right, so we call those EIS studies, environmental impact studies, that need to get done first. Now, in New Jersey has a lot of environmental regulations, which I already had you highlight a lot of things on this in the next page, 313 as well, right? Who do you need to get permissions from before you do any construction in the wetlands, the highlands, or the pinelands of the state? You got to get the permission from the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection, the DEP. Do not confuse the EPA, which is a federal agency, and the DEP, which is a New Jersey agency. Now, often their duties overlap each other. And sometimes the EPA, the federal agency, will allow where the duties overlap, they allow the local agency to take control over that project as long as it's up to the EPA's federal standards. So the DEP would be responsible for doing the regulation. Now we have our state just has a lot of our own regulations too. So DEP is even more stricter than the EPA in some cases. We have the wetlands area, the highlands, pinelands, CAFRAs, the coastal facilities area, the waterfront development acts. That if you're going to do any construction in any of these areas, first need to get permission from what do you need to get permission from?
The DEP.
The DEP, correct.
Yeah.
All right, so developers and builders, they got this guide, it's called Buy Bob. Before you buy, before you build, okay? That's the Buy Bob guide. And here's a link to land use for developers in any of these areas of who they need to get permission, what's the process, etc. to determine if the site's regulated by the Division of Land Use Regulation, okay? All right, this just goes over those acts a little bit more. All we need to know is if it's in the highlands, what gives the DEP the authority to regulate those areas? The Highlands Water Protection Act. If it's in the wetlands, it's the Wetlands Water Protection Act. If it's in the pinelands,
The Pinelands.
the Pinelands Water Protection Act, correct. So there you go. I mean, nothing really to study there, right? But who do you got to get permission from before you could do any construction there?
DEP.
The DEP, not the EPA, the DEP, Department of Environmental Protection. All right, so you already have that stuff highlighted here in the book on the third I just had you highlight the titles, you know, on the third paragraph, the Highlands Water Protection Act, the next paragraph, the New Jersey Pinelands Water Protection Act, the next one, the Wetlands Act, the next one I had you highlight a CAFRA, the Coastal Area Facility Act, and then the Waterfront Development Act that we have in New Jersey. Now,
I don't understand why the history is under the Pinelands. Historical villages.
Historical villages, did you say?
Yeah, it falls under the New Jersey Pinelands. That's what it says in the book here. It's historical villages and berry farms.
Yeah. Well, you could have some you could have historical villages. I mean, look, it's undeveloped. The Pinelands are not developed land. Majority of New Jersey is undeveloped, and the Pinelands is included in that. There's not much new construction or homes in the Pinelands, if at all. These are largely undeveloped areas of the state, and if you're going to be doing any construction, you first need to get DEP's permission for that. But yeah, you could have, I guess, historical, Indian lands, or maybe from a historical where somebody made a village or something back then, way back when, before we ever had zoning regulations in this state, which weren't created until 1967 anyway, right?
Yeah, I got you. Okay.
Now, Interstate Land Sales Full Disclosure Act, that deals with out-of-state properties being marketed to New Jersey residents, but it also deals for large in-state subdivisions, right? They got to follow that Interstate Land Sales Full Disclosure Act. Oh, here's the stuff. They relocated it from Chapter 3. The stuff that was missing there in Chapter 3, they relocated here to page 313. Oh, we found it. Okay. It's 313. Sorry, just making my notes.
Maybe Jay?
Remember, we were talking about out-of-state properties marketed to New Jersey residents. What's the right of rescission for those properties for new construction?
Yeah, 7 days.
7 days, correct. But that also deals with large in-state subdivisions where there's more than how many units?
25.
More than 100 units, or there are common area elements involved. In those cases, there's also a 7-day right of rescission on those properties. So what can we highlight there? In the second paragraph under interstate land sales full disclosure, highlight buyers have up to 7 calendar days to cancel contracts for the purchase or lease of such lands. See that on page 313?
Yep.
And it's meant to protect the public from unscrupulous developers and marketers from undue sales pressure, as it says in the paragraph above it. Those would be like the timeshares and, you know, those timeshare sales. So that's pertaining to any new out-of-state construction.
Do we need to highlight this?
Just the 7 calendar days. That's all you need to know in there. But I'm making my notes. I got to come back here and see what else to
Okay.
do. But as far as exams go, you just need to know the 7-day right of rescission pertaining to that. Next paragraph under New Jersey land sales. And this is a little bit out of order here. UCC, Builders Warranty Registration Act. New Jersey land. Okay, at the bottom of the page, we're going to highlight for certain subdivisions within the state, primarily those involving condominium or common elements. Most condominiums, cooperatives, and planned unit developments called PUDs, and townhouse developments, and for subdivisions with more than 100 lots or with a homeowners association fall under the Planned Real Estate Development Act.
Yeah, we highlighted that.
And then the end of the paragraph, you're highlighting buyers again have the right to cancel a contract within 7 days, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So I was just making my notes because I have to update this chapter slide. I have to actually add a slide in there pertaining to that. After slide number, what slide are we on? Slide 12. Sorry about that. Okay. And that only deals with new construction though. All right. And then we have the Builders Warranty and Registration Act. Oh, sorry, jumping ahead. Skip the slide. The UCC on page 314, the Uniform Construction Code. This is a different UCC than we went over in chapter 17, which was the Uniform Commercial Code, which regulated the sale of businesses. This is a UCC that regulates construction. This is the state's minimum standard for construction is the UCC. Now, who enforces that within the state of New Jersey? It's the DCA, the Department of Community Affairs. So highlight Uniform Construction Code, and then beneath that, highlight the Department of Community Affairs regulates construction, alteration, renovation, occupancy, and use of all buildings. Okay, so it's the DCA, the Department of Community Affairs in Trenton, that maintains this database of construction standards. It's the minimum, it's the state's minimum standard for construction. Okay. So I'm going to write that next to the title too. State's minimum standard for construction. So when you ever get work on your house and they don't pass you because they say, oh, it's not up to code, what code are they talking about?
Construction code.
The UCC.
UCC, Uniform Construction Code.
Now, if you do any work on your house, do you need to bring your whole building up to code?
Yeah. It's the
Do
whole
you?
building.
Do you, or does only the new construction have to be brought up to code?
I think it's the whole building then. I think once they go in there, they check everything.
Well, let's take a look, because according to this slide right here I'm showing you, this is actually telling you what the deal is. Only the new construction that you're doing, the work that you're doing, has to be brought up to code. They cannot require the entire building to be brought up to code, only the new work, because you're grandfathered. However, if the cost of that repairs equal more than half the value of the building, then the entire building has to be brought up to code.
Okay.
Otherwise, only alterations below 50%, only the new construction needs to be up to code.
Yeah, but really when they walk through, don't they always find something wrong with something?
They're not supposed to be looking for other things. They're only there to inspect the work that you're doing.
Uh-huh.
Because you had to submit plans to them before you started that construction too. The reason why they do the inspection is to make sure the work that you did is up to code. Any old work that's already there, they can't go back there and require you to bring the whole building up to code now. You didn't do anything else to it. Right? Because look, the construction codes, look, they could come out with a new construction code tomorrow, like a new rule for construction tomorrow. Does that mean that all existing properties out there now have to be updated to whatever the current code is? No, they're grandfathered in, they're existing, they could stay the way that they are. However, if you do any work to the house that's pertaining to that item that they renewed the code on, all new work has to be up to the current code. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so for your own edification, I would put a box, and I put a box with my pen around that second paragraph under UCC, the Uniform Construction Code, that explains that to you, which is what you're seeing here on this slide. Because sometimes you may have clients that information could be helpful for you to educate them on. All right, enforcement. Who enforces the code? Well, you got local building code enforcement officials that inspect the construction work after it's done, right? But if they do not have local building code enforcement officials there in your municipality, I should put another slide in here after that too. That's slide 13. Okay, so slide 14. Okay, so they should have their own building code enforcement officials, but if your municipality doesn't, who's going to do the inspections?
DCA.
The DCA, correct. The state inspectors will come in and do it. Correct. So let's highlight, if the local government does not appoint such an agency, the Department of Community Affairs assumes the task of administering and enforcing the code. Now, prior to any construction or demolition, you have to get a permit, a construction permit. Now, this is the way it works. I'm going to read it to you, even though I'm going to read to you the permit process. But you don't need to study this for exams. It says the UCC requires a construction permit be issued by each county or municipality before any construction, alteration, demolition, or change of use of a building can be undertaken. The application must contain such information as the location of the property, construction plans, estimated cost of the work, the names and addresses of the owners and designated contractors. The local construction official then would inspect the application and the property to determine whether it conforms to the requirements of the code. Within 20 days, the official either approves their plans and issues a permit, or they notify the applicant in writing as to why their permit's being denied. If rejected, the applicants may revise their plans to meet the requirements or appeal their rejection to the Construction Board of Appeals. Once issued, the construction permit may be revoked if the application is found to contain any false or misleading statements or omissions. In addition, the permit may be revoked if the proposed construction is not started within 12 months of them getting their approvals. Or if work is suspended for longer than 3 months after the work has begun. Okay, so sometimes people have questions about the permitting process and how that it works and getting it approval and timelines and all that. Now, sometimes city halls do things backwards. They don't do things the right way. And if you have a problem with that, you could take that to Trenton, right? To the DCA and make a complaint. All right, certificate of occupancy. After the construction work has been done and the inspections are done, certificate of occupancy is issued once it's determined that the building is up to code. Oh, we totally skipped this. I'm sorry. Page 314, one page back, under Warranty and Builders Registration Act. All new construction within the state of New Jersey comes with a 10-year builder's warranty. All right, so that's what this is. Highlight the first paragraph under Warranty, Builder, and Registration Act. You need to know that it comes with a 10-year warranty. All new construction in New Jersey comes with a 10-year warranty that's registered with the DCA, the Department of Community Affairs in Trenton. So this way, even if the builder goes out of business, that homeowner is insured. They have a warranty against defects of the construction. Now that 10-year warranty, sometimes they use strange wording. They say for varying periods, like they do here in the book. Now, what do they mean by that, for varying periods? Well, it is 10 years. It's a 10-year warranty. It's just like the first year, everything's covered. After year 3, the major appliances are no longer covered. And just say like after year 3, the only thing that's from year 3 to year 10, the only thing that's covered is the structural integrity of the building. Okay. So that's what they mean for varying periods. Different things are covered for different periods of time during that 10-year warranty. Make sense?
Yeah.
So how long is the warranty?
10 years.
10 years.
That's on exam, so study it.
Oops.
Okay, builders, let's go back to the next page, page 315, under certificate of occupancy, and highlight: no new or altered buildings in New Jersey can be used or occupied until a certificate of occupancy has been issued. So after the work is done, the building has to be inspected and a CO, certificate of occupancy, has to be issued. Nobody can enter or occupy a structure until a CO is granted. Most municipalities also require a certificate of occupancy or a variant of it, like a CCO, continued certificate of compliance, COC, continued certificate of compliance, or continued certificate of occupancy for any transfer of ownership, even when there has been no work done. They just want to make sure that the property's still up to code and that there's no work that's been done without permits. And most lenders, well, the lenders are going to require this if the municipality does, and the majority of municipalities do. Whose responsibility is it for getting the CO? That needs to be determined. It's usually the seller. But if it's like a short sale or something, the seller may be like, I'm not doing the work on the house. I'm not putting any more money in this house. I'm not making any money. I'm just trying to avoid foreclosure here. If that's the case, you can put in the listing and in the contract, buyer's responsible for any work necessary to obtain CO. Okay.
Yep.
All right. New Jersey also has a safety requirement for smoke detectors being on every level of the building and within 10 feet of any sleeping quarters. They also state law requires at least one working carbon monoxide detector. Most municipalities require one on each level of the home. It depends on the municipality. But what's the state's law minimum? One per structure. Under safety requirements, I want you to highlight in the book the first sentence and the last sentence in that paragraph. In New Jersey, a change of occupancy for any 1 or 2 family dwelling requires the building have smoke detectors and on each level of the dwelling and within 10 feet of every sleeping quarter. Each municipality, however, can require more than this minimum. The state also requires at least, we're highlighting, the state also requires at least one properly installed carbon monoxide detector and an approved fire extinguisher. And at the end of that line, I want you to write this. You see this on the slide? Type A, B, C, under 10 pounds. Basically, they need it small and quickly that you could handle it. I think we spoke about this before. They changed that law when acting Governor Cody was in effect. When McGreevey left office, Governor Cody stepped in acting as the acting governor temporarily. And we had a rash of fires in kitchens. There was a rash of incidents where children were reaching up on the stove and grabbing the pot handles when their parents were cooking. And the grease would spill down on the child and you would have a grease fire that the child would be on fire. If your kid's on fire, what's your first reaction? Put the fire out, throw water on the fire. Worst possible thing you could do for a grease fire, it spreads it.
Mhm.
And so this was happening and we were seeing very unfortunate, results of that. So there was not a kindergarten, but I think it was like a 4th or 5th grader suggested to the acting Governor Cody at the time, how come you don't require fire extinguishers in the kitchen? So because of that conversation with the 5th grader, the governor passed a law that requires a fire extinguisher under 10 pounds rated to put out A, B, C type fires. I think A is like paper products and combustibles. B would be like grease fires. C would be electrical or something like that. I don't know the exact ratings. You have to, don't go by what I'm saying here for the ratings, but every type of fire has ratings and A, B, C. So you need a fire extinguisher to put out these common element type fires here. Okay. And you as real estate agents need to make sure that the households have it. Otherwise, they're not going to pass the fire inspection. Because every time we sell a property or transfers ownership, we have to get a CO inspection and a fire inspection from the municipality. Sometimes they're combined. So what do we already know that the municipalities, by state minimum law, we know that they need to have? They need to have at least one carbon monoxide detector. However, they should have one on every level. And they need to have a smoke fire detector within 10 feet of any sleeping quarter, any bedroom. And mounted in the fire, in the kitchen with the hardware that it came with at specific heights, can't be too high, can't be too low. So you can't put it on top of the refrigerator that way you can't, short person couldn't reach it. You got to, or hide it in a cabinet. It has to be mounted with the hardware it came on the wall, on a wall, under 10 pounds. So it's easy to grab. Anybody can grab it and handle it. Not like those very heavy, large, bulky extinguishers. That's rated to put out ABC type fires. It has to be mounted in the kitchen or within 10 feet of the kitchen. That's state law. Okay. Now, next we have the hotel, motel, multiple health and dwelling safety law. Okay. these are buildings, multiple dwelling buildings require that state inspection at least once every 5 years that we refer to as the green card inspection, right? That applies to units with buildings with 3 or more units, not counting the unit that the landlord lives in. How often do those inspections need to be done?
Every 5 years?
At least once every 5 years, correct. And motels and hotels that have at least 10 units or can sleep 25 people or more are inspected at least once every 3 years, and they can be random spot checks that are unannounced. So under the last sentence under the first paragraph, we're going to highlight the law applies to multiple dwellings with 3 or more units of dwelling space and hotels with 10 or more units. Then in the next paragraph beneath it on the end of the third line, we're going to highlight multiple dwellings are inspected at least once every 5 years, hotels at least once every 3. And that concludes this chapter. Let's do the key terms to review, shall we? So, key terms to review. There's only one for this chapter. Putting living units close together to leave more open space.
Clustering.
2 is A, clustering. Charges to developers for extra roads, schools, and so forth.
Impact fees.
7 is B, impact fees. Community with dense zoning and developers plan for entire land use.
Plan unit development, 11.
No.
No.
Well, wait.
See.
Wait, you said the right thing, but you said the wrong number there.
Yeah, it was number 11, plan unit development with
No.
C, community with dense.
Number 11 is Planned Real Estate Development Act. Number 12 is Planned Unit Development. 12 is C. What version book do you have?
I'm on 13, you know that, Victor.
Oh, okay. Well,
Mine is
we're on
13.
version 14 of the book. Okay, so
Right.
all right.
yeah.
So 12 is C, the Planned Unit Development. Okay. Local municipalities authorization for building plans.
The UCC. Wait.
Local municipalities authorization for building.
It is 2, construction permit.
Construction permit. 3 is D.
Yeah.
Engineering reports often required before building permits are issued.
Is it zoning? No.
When they test the soil, make sure it's not contaminated.
Oh, the perk testing?
No, it was environmental impact statement.
Perk test checks for how well the soil absorbs liquids, but about contamination, that would be the EIS, the Environmental Impact Study. 6 is E. A group setting standards for local subdivisions.
Planning board.
13 is F, Planning Board. Test of the soil's absorption and drainage capacities.
The perk.
That would be the perk or percolation test. 10 is G. A law requiring registration of certain developments within New Jersey.
Warranty and Builder Registration Act. Wow. Land Real Estate Development Act.
11 is H, Planned Real Estate Development Act. A map of a town, section, or subdivision.
That's a plot.
Plat, a plat. There are many plots on a plat,
Okay.
so it's not a plat. Think of a cemetery would give you a good idea of that, right? A cemetery is a subdivision, isn't it? It's just the lot sizes are a lot smaller.
Yeah.
Think of it that way, right? And if you don't know where somebody's buried, you go to the main office and they have a plot map there, or a plat map. It's a map of the subdivision, but they show you where each individual property is located. They call those individual properties plots in a cemetery. All right. It works similarly in subdivisions where they're building homes. Okay. So what do we call that map? It's a plat map. So 14 is I. New Jersey standard for building.
Uniform Construction Code.
17 is I, the Uniform Construction Code. A U.S. requirement for some developments to be registered with the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, CFPB.
Wait, 17 is J, you mean?
17 is J, correct.
Oh, I heard I.
U.S. requirement for some developments to be registered with the CFPB.
The Real Estate Sales Full Disclosure Act.
Number 7.
Well, what do you have for 7?
I have interstate land sales.
Because remember, if anybody's got 13 version book, don't give me the number because it's going to be off. You got to give me the answer.
They know that.
It's Interstate Land Sales Full Disclosure Act. 8 is K. Okay.
Okay.
A division of property into more than one building or lot.
Subdivision?
16 is L. It's a subdivision. A halt to development. A halt to development. Stop to development.
Moratorium.
Is a moratorium. 9 is M. State regulations for builders of new homes.
Warranty and Builders Registration Act.
18 is N, the Warranty Builders Registration Act. Turning over a private property, subdivision streets to a municipality.
Dedication.
4 is, what is 4? 4 is O, dedication. Can't read my own writing here, sorry about that. A zoning that allows more living units per acre than usual.
Density zoning.
Density zoning, correct. 5 is P. Permits buyers to 7, what? Permits buyers up to 7 calendar days to cancel contracts for lease or purchase of such lands.
Real Estate Sales Full Disclosure Act.
15 is Q, the Real Estate Sales Full Disclosure Act. New Jersey state agency that approves and registers some out-of-state property.
Bureau subdivided.
That's the Bureau. That's a department within the Real Estate Commission that does that. So 1 is R, the Bureau of Subdivided Land Sales Control. Correct. And that concludes chapter 18. Now you're cooking. Chapter 19. All right, chapter 19, legal descriptions and deeds. Legal descriptions and deeds.
Didi.
Notice none of you are on video anymore, huh?
You like my Coco?
A lot of dogs I see up there.
That's my Basset Hound. That's my baby.
Those dogs howl and howl.
Oh, she's a princess. She's my baby.
She make a lot of noise like that though, constantly howling?
Yes, and she loves to take a walk. She has to be out.
With her short legs.
Yes.
I had a friend that used to have real long ears and short legs. Yeah, they're very lucky dogs, but wow.
It's a lot of hair too.
Yeah, they like to sing.
Yes.
That way. Okay, so chapter 19, legal descriptions and deeds. So the end of this chapter, we're going to learn the 3 legal descriptions of land. And we know some things about deeds already, right? What is a deed? It's a document used to transfer one's right, interest, or ownership in real property, right? So we're going to learn about different types of deeds that there are, the 4 different types of deeds. The 3 legal descriptions, the 4 types of deeds are coming up, and then the anatomy of a deed itself. So let's just dive right in. What is a legal description?
A deed.
A legal description is an exact way of describing real property in a contract, deed, mortgage, or other document that's acceptable by a court of law. And legal descriptions can be combined, and they often are, like with a subdivision. Legal descriptions must be done only by a competent authority, such as a surveyor or a title attorney. So what is a deed? It's a document that conveys title to real property. What did I just say? What does that mean? Document that conveys title to real property. Translate it for me.
The paper that's going to turn into a title.
It's a document that transfers ownership.
Yeah.
Right? So it must include an adequate description of the land that's being conveyed. And now we're going to learn about those 3 legal descriptions, which you're going to find the property address and tax lot and block number. While they could be useful in describing what is being conveyed, they are not considered legal descriptions. The address of the property is not legal description of land. Your address can change. You know, the post office can change your address on you.
I had no idea.
I didn't know that.
They can. I've seen it before, where they built a house on a lot that wasn't, and all of a sudden, instead of just giving it a new address or giving it a new designation letter after the number, they shifted all the addresses on the block a number down. So now you got a different address. I'd be pissed, but hey, they could do that because the address is not a legal description. It's just a place to route your mail. It's not a legal description of land. So meets and bounds, rectangular survey system, and a plat map. We already learned what a plat map was in the last chapter, right? It's a map of a subdivision indicating the location and boundaries of each individual property. Okay, that's one legal description that we don't have to re-go over again, I guess. But these are the 3 legal descriptions that we're going to go over right now. But first, let's highlight on page 321. Land can be described by 3 methods: by meets and bounds, by a government survey, or a reference to a plat map that's filed or recorded in the county clerk's office or in the county where the land is located. It's not always in the county clerk's office. Some counties have their own registrar of deeds. So that's actually a correction I need to make as well. Page 321. Some counties have their own registrar of deeds, and I think I'm not sure if it's I think it's chapter 21 will state that. There's a separate registrar for deeds that handles public records in Camden, Essex, Hudson, Passaic, and Union counties. It is not the clerk there that handles it. All right, so those counties are a little bit different because they're a little more congested, have a larger population, so they have a separate registrar of deeds that specifically handles the deeds. Okay, so legal descriptions should always include the name of the county. County. That doesn't say country, it says county in which the land is located. You guys got to be careful when doing paperwork. We're dealing with contracts and legal descriptions. You guys can't be careless. I know a lot of people when they register for class, the things that you put the answers, you know, I tell you what to fill in the field, and then you put something completely different. I don't know if the mind is elsewhere or you're not concentrating on what you're filling out, but when it comes to contracts, you got to make sure you put the right thing there. I see so many people, they give me the country name when I'm asking for the county that they live in, to the point that on my registration classes for school, I had to turn it into a drop-down list. It was that bad. A lot of people are doing that. Now on contracts, you're not going to have that. You need to make sure that you know the county that land is in for the contract that you're preparing. If you don't know, find out.
Google.
Don't rely on Google. Okay? Don't rely on Google for everything. You know, it could be useful, you know, on some things. This could for finding out the county name, it could be, but not necessarily. There are multiple municipalities that share the same name that are in different counties. How you know Google's coming out with the right one for you? You could plug in the address, but what if there's the same address in both counties for the same street name in both counties? Now you're gonna have a little bit of a problem. What county are you in? First of all, you should know what county you're in, right? And then you could search it up, like that. You could look it up by tax records. But once again, tax records are going to want to know what county you're in as well. Or possibly you could get it from the MLS. The listing agent should have put it in there. But if you are the listing agent, well, then you're going to have a problem if you don't know where you are. So before we go over a lot of these legal descriptions, I want to go over some of the terminology that we're going to hit up later on in the chapter. I put it actually in the front. So I relocated a little bit of this terminology because it's useful in understanding it in advance. And they are benchmarks, okay? Benchmarks it's a permanent marker to aid surveyors in their measurements. And those local measurements can be based off those local benchmarks instead of an actual benchmark, which could be miles away. Did I add any pictures? No, I didn't. Okay, surveyors usually work in teams. You may have seen them on the sides of the road measuring things out or on construction sites. But surveyors usually work in teams of 2. Hold on. Here's a picture of some old surveyors. Usually you see them working with a tripod, right? A tripod and a pole, or 2 sets of tripods. One has a reflector on it and one looks like it has some sort of a scope on it, right? That they look through, and they're lining something up on these poles. They could use them for measuring distance as well as elevation and direction. So these have dials on them with 360-degree markers on them so that they could see which direction am I going, northeast by how many degrees. If it's distance and direction, even after a while could even start to measure the curvature of the earth depending how far you're looking and how advanced your equipment is. In the past, you know how surveyors measured land? By use of a chain. A chain was exactly what it sounds like. It is a chain that is separated by so many links that are of a certain length. Let me see if I can locate that surveyor chain. Now, surveyor chains, they could be 33 feet or 66 feet in length. Getting a lot of chains back, but not necessarily survey chains. Okay, here. I may find one. All right, there are chains can be of different lengths. Let me see this surveyor chain. It's not what I'm looking for. This is a surveyor website. They're too technical for us, okay? We want to simplify it down a little bit. But a chain is a specific length. It's either 33 feet or 66 feet. So you would have a surveyor chain, you know, like a surveyor measuring. Let me see what this is. Probably a chain, the old-fashioned way that you could buy them, okay? So you have the handle at the end, and then there's a chain with these large links in them. And when you stretch them out, you know, two people have them, they stretch them out, and a surveyor, when they're doing their measurements, they have to say, is this a 33-foot chain or is this a 66-foot chain? What size chain is the surveyor using? What about this eBay? What is it saying? A 30-meter chain, is that 30M? I don't know. All right, either way. That's not the kind of chain we were looking for. But a chain is a specific length, and surveyors used to work in teams. And the surveyor would write a booklet as they were mapping out the entire United States, as they map out counties, municipalities, individual people's properties. They do a measurement around those areas. They have to say what distance are they going in, what direction are they going in, and how are they measuring it? By a chain. They didn't have lasers and GPS and all that stuff. And even today, surveyors can't use that stuff. They could use it to try to confirm it, but even those tools are not as accurate as an actual chain or ruler or measure that you're using of physical form. Now those markers, those benchmarks that surveyors use, I got some pictures of benchmarks for you. Here, let me just show you another surveyor's equipment with a little bit more modern equipment that they may be using. All right, you see something like this. They may have a tool like this with a scope, and then you have another guy here. I don't know what's up with that big heart. Anyway, there's a reflector there that he's got to line it up to. It's of a certain height and the distance. So this way they could cover a larger ground instead of having a chain that they have to stretch out. It's a little bit more accurate too. They don't got the slack in the chain, you know, that they could measure the distance and direction from here to there. Kind of like a laser measure would. And they also have benchmarks. Our local markers. Those markers, you guys can be hiking out in the woods. You guys can be hiking out somewhere in the woods and trip on one of these things. You may find them embedded in a stone or rock, or even in the corner of a building. They are placed by surveyors throughout the country, throughout the United States, and they've been doing this since the late 1600s, early 1700s, before we were ever even a country, as they were plotting out the land, surveying it. Here's one where 4 states border. You see this? This is a marker placed by the U.S. Department of Interior. Here's another survey. I'm sorry, the benchmark. Now these benchmarks, they have a lot of things written on them. They'll have often, if it's a certain survey company, that survey company will have often the company name written on there. Come on. There we go. Here's another one built into the stone. Are you guys seeing these?
Yeah.
Bureau of Subdivided Land, Bureau of Land Management of the Interior. These ones are placed by the Department of Interior. Now these ones, they look like they've been there a long time. So they're walking around with cement. It's cement that they embed in stone or rock, or sometimes they're even carved in rock and brick. Sometimes they're attached to a pole. Sometimes it's a giant concrete marker. Sometimes it's a pole. Like here's 3 different versions right here. Here's one placed by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineer. See, there's different benchmarks. This one, look at this, placed in, what was it, 1947. This one was posted. Pretty good shape for 1947. Here's another surveyor mark. Sometimes they have signs that accompany them telling you that it's against the law to mess around with it. It says survey marker right on it. There's another one that's placed in, I can't tell when that one is, maybe 1980 something. In the Adirondacks. Here's one from 1928. Looks like it's in pretty good shape still, huh? Sometimes they have measurements of elevation on them, as of this point telling you exactly what your elevation is. See, some of these markers, they have meanings to surveyors. And surveying is a very important job. And you know, the shapes that are on these that they stamp in have important meaning to them too. Sometimes it could just be a piece of white board like this. Sometimes they're like this with a screw, and they carve up a hole into the rock, and then they screw it into the rock and they cement that in there somehow so it can't be disturbed. See, this one's actually giving you a measurement of elevation too. This is a marker showing you that this is actually a marker, part of the survey marker too. See this? Here's another survey marker, the pole itself. Here's a team of surveyors working with a little more modern equipment. Sometimes you guys can see these guys on the side of the road. They could be miles away from any construction site. Do you ever wonder why the surveyors, sometimes you see them, they're like a mile away from any construction? And you're wondering, what are they doing out there? You guys ever see them on the side of 287 or the Parkway in the bushes?
Yes, yes, we have seen. I have seen them.
What do you think they're doing out there? They're not doing any construction out there on the side of the highway. What do you think they're doing over there? They're kicking around. They're trying to find some of these markers because they have to locate these markers. They have to locate at least 3 of these markers in the area to triangulate their location to determine where exactly they are on the planet. And then they start measuring their way back to your property, where they're going to do a measurement of the boundaries of your property. Look at this one. This one's embedded in stone. Looks like it's on top of a dam. And what are these called? These permanent markers, what are they called?
Benchmarks.
Benchmarks. And what is their purpose? To aid surveyors in their measurements. Look at this benchmark. It tells you, as of this point, how high you are above sea level. 11,501.6 feet, 0.6 inches. Okay. It's showing you this. They have markers of showing elevation as well. See some of these older ones? They just carve it into stone. This one's from 1890. You may have stumbled across them taking a hike in the woods and never even realized it. Here, this one is carved into a brick, telling you as of this point how many feet above sea level you are. They got directions that point north. This one looks like it was cast into the wall.
That's from 1882.
This one, 1983. Actually, it looks like a survey mark. No, this wasn't cast. This looks like it's a metal marker, and it looks like it was painted over. Now ones like this, they got markers of elevation. That's, can't tell if that's 1888 or 1928. I can't tell. Here's one from 1882. Yeah, next to somebody's foundation for their deck. (1933). Here's a different type of survey marker. Check this one out. These ones, they have main benchmarks, actual benchmarks. Here's one in Disney. They got their own custom survey marks for their resort. This one tells you your current latitude and longitudinal location. Isn't that interesting?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, we need to know for exams, what is a benchmark? It's a local permanent reference point that aids surveyors in their measurements. A datum is a point, line, or surface from which elevation is measured. Datum or datum. Now, the USGS, that's the United States Geological Survey, which is a department of our government that monitors the planet. They define zero elevation as the mean sea level at New York Harbor. So the entire United States sea level is based on New York Harbor. You know what the mean is? The mean is the average when you knock off the couple of outliers on the top, because we know sometimes we have storms that cause sea level to rise temporarily. So when that happens, those they remove those amounts. They don't count those outliers, those anomalies that are not the norm. So they take the average of sea level over the years, and whatever it is in the middle, boom, that is the mean sea level at New York Harbor. And so the sea level, to find out if your property is at a flood zone, if you live in Piscataway, what's it based off of? It's based off the mean sea level in New York Harbor. So when you get a survey done in Piscataway or Edison, are they going to New York Harbor and working their way back to Piscataway or Edison to measure the elevation?
Yeah.
No, they're not doing that, but at some point they did. At least once they did, and they would have put a local marker in Piscataway or Edison. That benchmark would have a stamp on it that, and if it doesn't have a stamp, it's at least written in the database that that marker, because they have a database of these things where they're located, they could tell as of this marker how many feet above sea level it is. And instead of working their way back from New York Harbor and doing a measurement, they could do their measurement based off of that local marker, knowing how many feet above sea level it is, work its way back to your property, and now be able to tell you. So they could base it off of the local benchmark instead of the actual benchmark of New York Harbor, which could be miles away. You see in practical use how this can be useful and helpful? Okay, maybe not.
Yeah.
Meets and bounds. Okay, now we're going to get over okay, so what is datum? It's a measurement of elevation. And what is zero datum, zero sea level? The mean sea level at New York Harbor.
Oh.
All right, now we're gonna go over the three legal forms of, three legal descriptions of land. Meets and bounds, rectangular survey, and a plat map. First one, meets and bounds, is a measurement of distance and direction around the property. That's meets, like meters, it's distance, bounds, the boundaries, the direction around the property. That's what meets and bounds is. And the point at which the measurement starts at one of the corners of your property, they call the POB, or point of beginning. By the way, this terminology, guys, lots of terminology from this chapter on exams between the school and state.
What page is meets and bounds though?
It's on page 322. So let's highlight that. Meets and bounds is, meets and bounds makes use of the boundaries and measurements of the land in question. Such description starts at a definite designated point called the point of beginning, or POB. And then go to the third paragraph under that section, just underneath that picture they have there, and highlight monuments are fixed objects used to establish real estate boundaries. You know what? I'm going to take that out of here. Whoop. Just gonna move it. I'm gonna put this in the definition list here at the top before we even get to this. So. Boom, boom, boom. So benchmarks, datum, monuments. Legal descriptions, here we go. Meets and bounds is a measurement of distance and direction around the property's boundaries. The POB, the point of beginning, is the definite designated point at which the measurement begins and ends. So you start your measurement there, you go around the property until you come back to that starting point, which is be the starting and ending point of your measurement around the property. It's only used in the 13 original states, New Jersey being one of them.
Just to be clear, there's only one POB, or all monuments are a POB?
No, there's only one point of beginning. That is the point at which the surveyor begins and ends their measurement around your property's boundaries.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. I'm gonna pull up the drawing board here to show you. I got this stuff drawn out somewhere. Legal descriptions. Okay, so in a meets and bounds measurement, let's say here's a block, a city block. I could clean this up a little bit. So let's do that. So in a meets and bounds legal description of land, let's just say that we have a city block. And there's a couple properties on this block. And let's just say that you're going to be purchasing this one. And you're going to have a surveyor that's going to come in and they're going to start their measurement at a definite designated point. They're going to pick one of the four corners of your property to start the measurement. In this case, there are four corners of a property. So they're going to start their measurement here. That point at which they begin their measurement, this is called the POB, the point of beginning. That's the point at which the definite designated point at which they start their measurement and end their measurement. Now, when the surveyor takes their measurements around the property, you can ask them to bang stakes in the ground at each of the corners of the property. Okay, here, they'll even put one around this, okay, the point. So now you know those stakes, those surveyor markers, are often just a piece of steel rebar that's about 2 foot in length, or it could be a piece of wood, or if on the corner of your property you have a tree, it could be a pin with a ribbon that they would pin into the tree so that you know where the boundaries of your property are located. What do we call these markers of the property's boundaries?
The benchmark?
Monuments.
Monument, sorry.
Monument is a marker at the corners of the property to mark the boundaries, often with wood or steel. These are steel pieces of rebar. We call them stakes, or a ribbon in the ground that they could pin to a tree. Okay. See, a benchmark is something they base their measurement off. A monument is a marker. It's a permanent marker for your, I don't want to say permanent. It's a marker at each of the corners of the property. It should be permanent because nobody, it's illegal to move or remove a marker that a surveyor put in the ground. So often what happens is you, a homeowner, you could pay a surveyor extra money to put one of these markers in the ground. You're paying them to do the measurement and they'll give you the map, but they're not going to put a marker in the ground unless you pay them extra for that. I've seen them range in price from $75 to $475 per marker. So find out before you get a surveyor to go out. Often often the attorney orders a survey. And if he does, make sure you find out how much the surveyor charges to put the monuments in the ground, because if they charge too much, shop around and get someone else to do it. Okay. You want to always advise your clients to get those monuments, because if they want to put up a shed or a fence, they're going to need to know where their property line is. It'll be impossible for anyone else to tell them where it is. So the measurement commences and ends. It begins and finishes at this point of beginning. Now, the legal description of land would read like this. What do you got? Are you guys seeing the whiteboard right now?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so we know the measurements run due north, right? That's north, south, east, and west. So let's say that this is perfect due north, south, east, and west, so that we don't have to worry about talking about degrees of angles now. But a measurement, this is the way that a modern survey measurement could read. And it doesn't matter if they go clockwise or counterclockwise, it's just whatever direction that the surveyor begins their measurement, it needs to start and end. Once they pick a direction, they got to continue until they close the loop. So a modern survey could read, starting at the point of beginning and moving due west for 110 feet, and then due north for 150 feet, then due east for 110 feet, and then due south for 150 feet, returning to the point of beginning. That's the way that a modern survey would read. Now, different surveyors can vary a little bit with their language, but that's usually the way that they would read. You could find some old surveys that are out there that are something along the lines of this. They say, let me see if I got a picture of an old survey here. That's along the lines of something like this, that says, where the corners of Main Street and Oak meet, starting at the northwestern corner or edge, and then meandering along the river, because let's just say that there's a river that's going over here, then meandering along the river for approximately 150 feet until you get to the old oak tree. Then move northeast at so many degrees of angle for so many feet until you reach Main Street again. And then cross over Main Street, you know, like until you get to the corner of the Johnson's house at, and they'll give you an address here. So they'll use like the cornerstone, like a cornerstone is like a brick or a corner of a foundation of a building. They refer to that as a cornerstone. Cornerstones often have engraving or things written in them. Don't disturb them either. Those are used by surveyors for measurements. So sometimes if these surveys, that old oak tree is no longer there, if this street has been rerouted, how are you going to find the boundaries of someone's property? Well, what the surveyor has to do is they have to reverse engineer it. They got to work it back from the corner of the property. What if this corner is not there no more? They got to see if there's a cornerstone there. If there is, then they could start working back. They could do the measurements on this property over here. And then this property over here. And then this property over here. Like they do the measurements of the properties around your property so that they could build back up this property over here. So they do the measurements of the properties of all around so that they could give you your measurements again. That's a lot of work. That's the surveyor doing 4 or 5 different surveys, the work of 4 or 5 different surveys so that they could rebuild yours. If any of those markers are no longer present. So what do we call these markers that they bang in each one of the corners of the ground?
Monuments.
Okay, monuments. So these markers are monuments.
You can call them markers, right? I mean, or
well, you call it a marker, you could call it a stake that they bang in the ground, but officially they're called monuments. Okay. And the point where the legal description begins and ends for the legal description of land, that is meets and bounds.
the POB.
It's the POB, correct. So this is your meets and bounds, which stands for distance and direction. All right, next we have the government survey, which also goes by the name of rectangular survey or PLSS. What the hell does that stand for? I forget, but I'll pull it up in just one second. But we just need to know government or rectangular survey system. So the rectangular survey, also known as the government survey or PLSS, there we go, public land survey, that's what that stands for, is a legal description of land that's not used in the 13 original states. We do not use this in New Jersey. It's used in Western states. This was established by Congress in 1785. It measures land by locating areas using principal meridians and baselines, which are measured by degrees of latitude and longitude. And numbered areas, there's 36 square miles called a township. So how many square miles are there in a township?
Didn't it just say?
36.
36.
And each one of those square miles is called a section. There's 640 acres in 1 square mile too, not that you need to study that. But when I'm talking about townships and surveys, we're not talking about Edison Township, Piscataway Township, Woodbridge Township. That's the name of a municipality. That's something different. That's the form of government structure that they use to manage the municipality. When talking about surveys and using the word township, we're referring to a unit of measure. And how big is a township?
36 square
feet, square mile.
36 square miles, consisting of each square mile is called, within it is called a section. All right, so it's a measurement, locates land using principal meridians and baselines, measured by degrees of latitude and longitude, and numbered areas. I'm gonna, here, let me reword this a little bit. And 36 numbered sections, which are 1 square mile, or 600 numbered sections, which are 1 square mile or 640 acres, within the township, or within the 36 square mile area called a township. Now, once again, it's a unit of measure. Okay. Lines measured by degrees of latitude and longitude, and 36 numbered sections, which are 1 mile squared or 640 acres, within a township, a numbered township, which is 36 square miles. There we go. It's a better way of wording it. Let me open some images for you to help you out with this description. Give me a second while the image is open. Okay, you guys know you remember the globe in your schools? And we had the principal meridians and baselines, like the equator
Yeah.
and the prime meridian. We use them as time zones.
Mhm.
And there's 360 degrees around the planet, right? So you find these areas of land called townships by degrees of latitude and longitude. Degrees of latitude and longitude by degrees of principal meridians and baselines that are found by degrees of latitude and longitude. And then they help you find these areas of land. Here's a town. Here's a township. You see this one over here? How do I know it's a township? There's 36 squares within it.
Yeah.
And how big is each square within this township?
1 square mile.
1 square mile. So this is total. This is 36 square miles in this township. And this township could have a number on it. That's township number 5,168. How do they locate where this township is located on the planet? Degrees of latitude and longitude. They use principal meridians and baselines, degrees separated by degrees of latitude and longitude to find it. And then they do the measurements within, this property is located within section 14. Then you zoom into section 14. And you see this is zoomed in here to section 14.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Damn, I still didn't put the images for that. I got screen prints for this to put into the slideshow, which I have to do. Okay. If we go to the book, let's look in the book. On the bottom of page 323. You see this section? This is, how big is it?
1 mile.
1 square mile, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So how do they locate where how do they find where a property is located within a section? You know what? Let me go to the picture and I'm going to draw it for you. So let's say that this is a section right here. And this is the way a legal description of land would read in a government or rectangular survey. It would say the SE quarter of the SE quarter of the SE quarter is 10 acres in size. So what did they do here?
They divided it up.
Yeah, they quartered it up.
Mm-hmm. Quartered.
Okay, so if it says the southeast quarter, well, where's the quarter? Well, now we quartered it, so here's the southeast quarter. Of the southeast quarter, of the southeast quarter.
Oh.
And this is the area that's 10 acres in size. So when you look at that measurement, what you're seeing in the book, you could see the measurements of all the different areas of land there, how they would describe it. Thank God we don't need to know how to do this. Well, if you move to a different state, perhaps out west, you may, because this is used in all of the other states except for the 13 original states, which New Jersey is one of. In New Jersey, what legal description of land do we use?
Bounds.
Meets and bounds. All right. So what do we need to know for this? The government survey is also known as the rectangular survey. It locates land by using degrees of latitude and longitude to find large areas of land that are 36 square miles in size called
Section?
Townships.
Townships.
And within each township is 36 sections. Right? So in the book, on the bottom of page 322, let's highlight the rectangular survey sometimes called government survey method, was established by Congress in 1785 as early pioneers moved westward. This method of describing real property is not used in New Jersey or any of the other 13 original states. On the next page, we're going to highlight each township contains 36 square miles.
I'm sorry, on the next page, 322, we're gonna.
Underneath 323, under townships, we're going to highlight each township contains 36 square miles. And under sections, underneath the picture on figure 19.2, highlight each section contains 1 square mile. On exam, they could give you a question like this. What legal description of land reads the SE quarter of the SE quarter of the SE quarter, which is 10 acres in size?
Oh.
That would be the government or rectangular survey. Because meets and bounds would read starting at the point of beginning and moving due east or due north. That's the way that legal description would read. Remember?
Yeah.
So what legal description of land uses principal meridians and baselines separated by degrees of latitude and longitude?
The rectangular survey system.
The rectangular or government survey method. They could use either name on exam, I'm not sure, okay? Which legal description of land is used in Western states, not the original 13?
The rectangular survey system.
Rectangular or government survey. Which legal description of land has townships which are 36 square miles or 6 miles squared?
Rectangular survey system.
Rectangular or government survey. Which legal description of land uses areas that are called sections, which are 1 mile squared?
Rectangular survey system.
You see a lot of ways that they could pose the question, and that's just for the one type of measurement. Which legal description of land is a measurement of distance and direction around the property?
Meets and bounds.
Meets and bounds. Which legal description of land is only used in the 13 original states?
Meets and bounds.
Meets and bounds.
Which legal description of land has a measurement that starts at a designated definite point called the POB?
Meets and bounds.
Bounds.
And what do we call those markers that for the property's boundaries?
Monuments.
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 What do we call local reference points that aid surveyors in their measurements?
Datum. Datum.
No.
The benchmark.
Benchmarks.
Benchmarks. Oh.
A measurement of elevation. That's the datum. Datum, I believe it's, I'm not sure if it's pronounced datum or datum. I think it's datum. I don't know. And okay, so a measurement of elevation is the datum. Zero elevation as defined by the government. Oh my God. As defined by who? What's the Department of State called again?
United States Geological Survey.
Yeah, the USGS, as defined by the USGS. United States Geological Survey.
That would be datum, right?
No, datum is the measurement of elevation. What is zero elevation as defined by the USGS?
Mean sea level at New York Harbor.
The mean sea level at New York Harbor. See, a lot of questions can come out of it, and a lot of those are questions on exams, by the way. But if you look at this slide, I got everything, I got all that stuff conveniently here on this slide to study from. Which legal description of land was created by Congress in 1785?
Rectangular survey system.
Rectangular or government survey method, correct. And a legal description of land used to describe the location and boundaries of a subdivision, of a parcel in a subdivision.
Repeat that answer again.
Which legal description of land is used to locate and describe the boundaries of a parcel of land in a subdivision?
Meets and bounds.
Plat map.
Plat map.
A plat, or they could call it a plat map, recorded in the county clerk's office where the property is located. What is a plat?
Map.
It's a map. Okay, what is a parcel?
A piece of land, a part of the land.
It's a piece of land with legally defined boundaries. All right. Turn the page. Page 324. We're going to highlight where it says recorded plat of a subdivision. I want you to write next to that title, map of a subdivision. So next to the title on page 324, recorded plat of a subdivision, I want you to write map of a subdivision. And then just below that, you're going to highlight plat of a subdivision filed with the clerk of the county in which the land is located. Okay. So now let's just highlight some of the terminology that we've already learned. Under datum, highlight a point line or surface from which elevations are measured or indicated is a datum or datum, defined by the United States Geological Survey as the mean sea level at New York Harbor. So the United States Geological Survey is a department of the government that monitors our planet. They measure seismic activity for earthquakes, for volcanic activity. They monitor the sea levels and tsunami warnings. They monitor the planet from outer space. They have the satellites that monitor our weather. If you ever watch the news and you see those news maps with the weather patterns and the clouds and all that stuff, if you ever look at it, there's somewhere in one of the corners on those maps, those images that they're showing you, it's going to say USGS. That's a stamp of the United States Geological Survey, because that's their satellite that's monitoring the planet. Okay. Yes. All right. So we have the benchmark, datum, monuments, meets and bounds, point of beginning, rectangular survey, also known as the government survey, which one is used in the 13 original states, which one is not and was created by Congress, how big is a township and a section, and what is a plat. That's a lot of terminology, all on this one slide you need to know. So, legal descriptions. Okay, here's some units of measure. This is the only one you need to study though. Actually, no, you need to know township and section. You don't need to know how many acres are in a mile though. This is just some measurements that I threw out there for you. Here's some common measurements that we make here. Now the term hectare, this is not used really in the United States by most people. This is more of a foreign measurement. Hectare is 100 meters times 100 meters or 2.47 acres. But this is what we need to know. How many feet in an acre? Well, can you count to 6? Starting with 3, to the left, 3, 4, 5, 6, add a 0 on there, right? Township is 36 square miles or 6 miles squared. I couldn't find the square symbol to put up there. A section is 1 square mile or 640 acres. Okay. And these are just the stock slides that the book manufacturer put together. So let me just kind of skip through them a little bit. Because you could have that one slide I put everything on that explains it nice and neatly. All right, so let's continue with the highlighting. A benchmark to aid surveyors, permanent reference points called benchmarks have been established throughout the United States. Now, units of measure that measure elevation are not just to determine if you're in a flood zone or not. You could be buying a second-story condominium. Where does the ownership of your unit begin and end? Don't just look linear, flat on the earth. Turn that map sideways into 3D. It starts at a certain elevation and ends at another elevation, correct?
Yep.
Surveyors, you need to get a survey still, even when you're doing a buying a condo. All right, so licensed surveyors, you got to be licensed to be a surveyor, and surveying is a very important job. It has been since before our country was ever created. We need to know, if you own a piece of this earth, don't you want to know where the real boundaries of it are? This way you could keep people from entering it. It's yours, or using your land without your permission, right? I mean, in the past, people have been killed because of trespassers. Probably even still today. What if your property line wasn't properly drawn out? It's a very important job. It separates one property owner from the next. It separates one municipality from another. It draws the lines for counties, for states, for countries. Surveying also draws the lines for, well, they could be drawn out for, they really don't draw out the lines literally like that, but these maps can also be used for school districts, for laying out school districts after the maps are created, right? But if the maps are not accurate, how are they going to be able to, school districts, voting districts, all that? But they're all basing them off of maps that were drawn by surveyors. And it's amazing how accurate surveyors were when mapping out our country. They have to redo those surveys periodically. And they found that throughout the United States, those original surveyors, that when there were no roads or modern equipment that were measuring by chain and a pencil and paper, where they're drawing out those maps, they were only wrong and off in one place in our country. And that was in upstate New York on Canadian border, where there was actually a Civil War base there that's now just ruins, a couple of stones. If you ever watch that program, how the states got their shapes, they show you that you could see that. So that, once again, that's an interesting program, how the states got their shapes. Okay, so here's just a little more about the measuring of elevations and datum again. And now we're done with the units of measure. So now we go into legal descriptions of land, or I'm sorry, deeds. Deeds. Okay, so we could start off on deeds anyway.